Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is Sunday. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. It is Sunday Witcher, and we are going to have some fun. It will be a lot of fun, actually. But we're gonna we're gonna go around, let everybody say who they are, let them introduce themselves, who they're playing, share all of those good, wonderful vibes with the world, and why don't we start with directly below me on the overlay with a trooper. Hello, trooper. How's yous doing?
Hello, it is I, Trooper SJP. And I'm doing well. I am here to play Math Varen, Lord Math Varen, Master Druid of the Circle of Cade Mirkvid, who is 27, and yeah, that explains a lot. There you go, 27. I feel
I
like
don't
that's.
I don't think that explains as much. What I think, however,
Oh.
is he's a 27-year-old narcissist. That's the other part you have to throw in there.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not fair because I feel like 27-year-old narcissist who grew up with a lot of privilege and has a chip on his shoulder.
Uh, with, with I know he has siblings. Amongst them, what is his position?
Oh, he's the baby.
He's the youngest.
Ah,
He's not even close to line of inheritance.
Mm-mm.
That's why certain people might point out that the title Lord might be
That
inappropriate.
depends on the rank of the family. If they are Baron, then no, but if they're a count or a duke, then yes.
Only as a courtesy title, and you would have to have sacrificed that to join the church.
But it's not the church; it's a druid circle. It's different. Still got the paper.
We'll find out.
now I want a Witcher papers, please.
He's got his paper.
You mean your patent of nobility?
Yes, indeed. He has one.
So I must ask for everyone at home. Did you have a very tall, skinny, half-naked ginger create that patent of nobility for you?
Ooh, a tall, skinny, half-naked. Well, it was neither that, nor was it a watery tart handing out swords. Neither one of those two.
Pope is giving me questioning looks, which means we should go talk to Pope next. He has a question. He's trying to figure out what I referenced.
No. I know we're referencing Python. I'm just
No, the second one was Python. The first one is not.
The first one wasn't. Can't quite mark that down. But I am the back of my brain is now working on the ginger. The front of my brain is going watery tart, and I have just recently seen all the cutscenes from God of War Ragnarok, where it's not a watery tart handing out swords, it's a watery tart handing out spears.
Oh.
So spears are an inherently better weapon. They're much better to form your basis of government upon.
Spears are great because it only takes you about 2 weeks worth of training to be proficient, as opposed to literal months of training to be proficient with the sword. So yes, there's a reason why it is the king of weapons, and if anyone says otherwise, you know they are wrong. Hi everybody, Pope here. Pope World Bill on Twitter, Pope World Bill on Twitch. You're lurking all your streams, and I'm so happy to be here on this Sunday with the Witcher crew playing Durin Rasmi. Both of us use he/him pronouns, and there's a lot of stuff still to do. We're out of a dungeon, but now politics.
It's not like politics ever really go away now, does it?
No. Politics and building things. Also letting Gadarin heal, because fire bad.
Fire's bad. Other people have fire bad problems. Lindy, speaking of somebody who didn't have fire bad problems, hi, how are you? How are you doing? How's life going for you?
I'm good. I have very inappropriate thumbs up with my left hand, and I'm going to use it all I can until until I can't anymore. So hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I'll be playing Countess Brenda von Vedler of the Cat School. She's, just living her best cat school life. She got very frustrated with a puzzle last week and just brute brain forced her way through it. And she has her apple, and now she doesn't really care slash know what to do. She's obviously got to make sure there's no more big necrophage problems, but it sounds like we're gonna be wrapping up with Mahakam here soon. So she's just making sure everything's taken care of. Everything's good. She's good. I'm good. We're all good.
That is, I'm glad everything's good. Good is an important thing to do. Good is always important. But Trooper is this one. I appreciate you trying to get us started, though. As you can actually see above me on the overlay, somebody was very kind while we were offline, and I wish to express my thanks to that kind individual because we are raising money and for Fisher House charities through the end of tonight's stream. This is our my Veterans Day charity support. Fisher House provides support, care, support, and housing for veterans and their families while veterans receive treatment at VA hospitals around the country. I was a military brat and was lucky enough not to have anyone in my personal family have to need to use Fisher House, but we knew a number of people who did, and they were fabulous, wonderful people who provided wonderful care, help in as many possible ways as that they could to get these people the care and support that they need in this difficult time. So someone who is a wonderful, kind individual got us to our $500 goal, which means I will be running Castlevania one-shot. I have my first player because it would have been really awkward for me to say I'm running Castlevania and not have Lindy play in it. It would be like Lindy would stalk me in my sleep, and she does know where I live, so.
I too.
But just watch out. She'll probably kill all the fellow PCs in order to go and smooch Dracula. I'm just noting it. Just calling
No
it now.
promises.
That's
Just
unless I give her
calling
a
it.
Belmont.
But she
No
does love
promises.
Dracula.
I do love Dracula.
This is true. She does love Dracula. But if we get to... The other thing is, if we get to $1,000 by the end of tonight's stream, I will be running a reunion one-shot for the Vampire the Masquerade Nightfall crew, the Vamp Dads, Art Daughter, or Gremlin Stepson. It will be a time, it'll be an event. But thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Thank you so much to that wonderful anonymous donor who brought us to our goal. It was wonderful. People are great, and you are so kind to do this. But we are in Witcher, where I guess it is appropriate to talk about a vampire in this moment. Because somebody has a bright, shiny golden apple in their possession.
I do.
And I believe you wanted to do something with that bright, shiny golden apple.
I'm just gonna hold on to it for safekeeping until I see my vampire friend again.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, imagine this is not a skull and a tiny skull, and it's a gold apple. Brenna's got it like this. She's not letting that out of her sight.
So, for mechanical purposes, the golden apple will retain on your person at all times and is never being put in like a safe or
Nope.
any of the carriages.
On me.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate
Just
that.
in case, because someone else might, it's just can't risk it. I went through so much effort. It's like I went through so much effort. I'm not letting this thing out of my physical touch or sight.
Thank you, Trooper. I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
I mean, I should have used it as an opportunity to troll Lindy, but I didn't because I wasn't thinking. It's the worst.
What do you mean? How would you have trolled me?
Oh, just I just have a question.
Mhm.
So are you going to tell your husband about your friend?
I'm allowed to have friends.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sweet.
Look,
Hey.
I'm so far away from Atina. I don't even have to think about that for a while.
No,
Uh-huh.
there are lots of things you don't have to think about at the moment, but we are going to talk about what you do have to think about because you've gotten out of the
Problem for future Brenna.
possibly.
Oh.
Maybe. We'll find out. You have managed to get yourselves out of the ruins that were a distance and underneath the city, make your way back to the city of Mahakam. You can hear the ringing sounds of the anvils, the cries of various individuals who are hawking various goods. Hear also the shouts of a couple, dice games in a corner alley, one or two bar fights spilling out into the, a side street where mostly people are getting shoved out of them because the bouncers are like, nah, you're not breaking any of our furniture. Simple things. This leads me to a question. I know that certain people were going certain places. When you've gotten back, who is going where? And are you resting in between? Because at this point it's probably either very, very late or very, very early. You know, that fine line between,
Yes.
is 3 o'clock in the morning late or early?
Late.
Late.
I'm going to go to the inn to check on my stepdad. Make sure he's like breathing and stuff still, classics.
I don't know if he counts as your stepdad because
He
step
was-
usually involves like married in, and you're
Well, he was my mom's husband.
yes, but I'm just saying that
And he does call me his daughter, kind of.
Yeah,
So
but I'm just saying I don't know I don't know how it works.
look, I don't know if Brenna would call him stepdad, but I would.
No, I'm not saying that he's not your stepdad. I'm just wondering
Yeah.
if like he's just your dad.
Oh, well, he's not my father, so.
No, but he could still be your dad.
All right, Mary Poppins.
Supercalifragilistic expialidocious.
So Brenna's going back to the inn, not only to check on Carowyn, but also to check on possibly other things. Math is going back to his wife and daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Durin, where are you headed in this moment?
Things need to be written down, so I'm going to the hall. I'm going to write a report, as well as for the council's early business, putting things in motion to have Alzor declared an enemy of Mahakam and have a bounty put out for him.
I mean, so why don't we start with Lindy and Brenna returning to the inn.
Okay.
By this point, the inn that you are in is on the main thoroughfare, but a little bit off of it. You know, it's just
That's what we requested.
Yeah.
Nice, but off the beaten.
Little bit.
Just a little bit.
so it's in a nice enough neighborhood that you aren't having 3 a.m. bar fights or people getting chucked out the door.
That was the goal. Yes.
Yeah. It's a little quieter. The people, like, there's still people up and the lights are still on and the bar is
Mhm.
still open. And there are a couple
It's not
patrons around.
raucous, though.
No, it's not raucous. There's, somebody next to the fire kind of plucking lightly a lap harp. Because dwarves need lap harps. Tolkien has made it so, and therefore it's the only thing that I agree it must be so. But it's very low and slightly melancholic, not any rising songs that people are singing along with, nothing that's really adventurous. But there are only like 1 or 2 people downstairs at the moment. Carowyn is not downstairs at the moment.
That's fine. I know where our rooms are, so
Mhm.
I'll just go up. She's not actually whistling or walking like this, but it's just how I, make it known that I'm going up there.
You as you do. As you do. Your room, the door to the room Kerwin took is closed. Across, it was next door to yours. I
Yes.
believe. Not
Yeah.
across the hall.
Nope.
Is what we established.
That way I
And-
could hear if anything if I'm in there. Yeah.
Yeah. The door is closed, and there is no light coming from underneath.
It's late. It would not surprise me if he was asleep. So I'll give a little
No
listen
answer at the
very
moment.
closely. All right, I'm gonna try to open the door.
The handle turns, but it doesn't push open.
I don't care about property damage at this point.
As you do so, you hear
It'll be
and
fine.
the chair that he had put under the doorknob clatters to the ground.
That's fine. We can get him a new chair to put under a doorknob. I just, it's my 3 a.m. check-in to make sure he's breathing.
And he sat up in the bed, and I need you to make a dodge escape as he's going to throw a dagger at the door.
Sure.
Now, he is
Half awake and
half awake, so he's only going to roll a
that's
12.
fine. I don't care if he hits me with the dagger. Brenna's gonna be like, very good. She's going to be very approving of all the precautionary measures he's taken.
Mhm. So you just need to roll above a 12. With a 23, it's like
I did.
you kind of slide over and it lands at the wall like
Mhm.
3 inches from you. You're like, it's a little heavy for a throwing dagger. It should actually be more like a close
I'll have
quarters
to get him some
combat
throwing
knife.
daggers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's
Mhm.
impressive that he did throw it.
Yeah, she'll just look at it and look at him. Very good. This was all very good precautionary measures. Good job.
Why are you here?
You're still breathing. That's good. My job here is done. There was some weird shit we encountered, and I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Are you covered
go
in
back to
acid?
Yes. Well, I was. This is residual.
I'm very confused here, and
Just-
I don't understand.
Just go back to bed.
This is not. This is not. It's not right, and I'm going to.
I'll get you the chair from my room so you can do this thing again. Yep. All right. And
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
go back.
get the chair. I'm like, remember, just you did a very good job. The door did not open right away. Yes, here's your knife. I'll get you a throwing one. Sleep well, and just go into my room and let him redo his. I'll pay for that chair in the morning. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you can kind of hear him getting set up
Mhm.
and then sliding the thing back in underneath.
Yep. Good job.
You
Good job, stepdad.
hear him pull the dagger or pull the effectively
Mhm.
combat knife, which really you shouldn't throw. Combat knives, by the way, do not throw. They're not weighted for it.
No,
Only unless
they're
you
not.
really have
Ask me
to.
how I know that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was this hand. And like 12 years ago.
There was
so-
like a whole knife fight is what happened. It was like
In
in
Spain,
Spain.
on the
yeah,
Okay,
docks.
but
it was on
was
the
it
docks.
was it involving
No, not quite. That would have been way more exciting.
Yeah,
it would have been
No.
better.
It was on a college campus though.
smuggling. It was pretty exciting.
Okay. You hear him pull the knife out, but you don't. What you hear is the sound of the chair going under the doorknob, and you hear the knife pulling out of the wood, but you don't hear him moving.
You're in bed, right? Just the door.
Well, not right now.
Just wanted to make sure I didn't hear you get into the bed yet. I'm just good night. Just gonna go to my room and close the door.
You also didn't hear
Look.
him get. You also didn't hear him get up. Like,
Yeah, that's fine. She just, you usually hear the blankets moving a little bit. That was just like snuggling.
no, that's the point. You're not hearing
Nice.
him.
That's good. That's good for him. She's learning things.
It's almost like
but
he's fully recovered now, and
it's she's glad. She's glad. She can come off as creepy all day long, and it's fine as long as he's breathing. We're okay.
he's breathing.
Good.
It'll
I'll,
be very
ask her about
entertaining.
stuff over breakfast. It'll be good.
All right. So while you go get some recovery sleep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed now. I'm just gonna, sit on my bed. Or maybe lay with my sword and meditate.
I have to ask, do you change out of what you've now been
I'll
utterly
change.
destroyed?
I will take off the acid. They're probably very holy.
Well, in one definition of the term.
Yes, they are. Hole-filled clothes. Wholesome? No. Whole lot of holes. Whole lot of holes in those clothes. She's just gonna, it's been a long day. She's gonna take them off, and just throw them on the floor. Doesn't matter, and just whatever. Back of the chair. Well, she didn't have the chair anymore, so over the desk, floor, whatever, and then change into a different set of clothes. And then meditate on the bed.
Like you do.
Like I do. In case I hear anything going on in the room next door. Oh, and I totally would have picked the beds that were not on the opposite sides of the room. So that way I can hear things from his room too.
Okay.
Yep.
Durin,
Just in case.
it's late when you get back to Mahakam. And you've split up. What are you up to? Where are you going?
I'm going to the hall. I'm going to write the report while it's fresh in my mind, and then put the request in from the different lords in the council for a meeting to have Alzor, for his crimes, declared an enemy of Mahakam and place the bounty. And then I'm going to go to bed probably around, 5 in the morning.
A very valid time. You don't see anyone else in the halls when you arrive. It's not, beyond the 1 or 2 guards who are there doing their evening, the overnight shift, right? The midnight to 5 a.m. shift. They're not taking anything lightly or ignoring things, but they're being, it's not like everyone else is working overtime. So it's quiet. You have the space to yourself.
Yeah, no, just ink, paper, quill, an extensive amount of writing. And once all that's done, it's like, morning, gentlemen, and head back home.
Home, rest. While you were gone, somebody has managed to mostly board up and begun, minor repairs to the big old hole in your wall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The majority of your wall had a hole in it. It's a problem. Math, you were just going straight home to your wife and daughter, were you not?
That is correct, yes.
By the time you get back, it's very late. She's gone to bed, not really expecting you back.
Yes, well, I'm going to go and enter quietly so as not to disturb, and then, how do you say, put my things down, not close to where the sleeping happens, and then sneak in and then just sort of slide in and do a little bit of a spoon.
You get an elbow in the ribs.
But I make sure that there's space. People get hot,
It's not like she actually woke up. It was just like...
Yes, I know, but sometimes, she can be a bit dangerous. I don't know if you know that about her.
I know that.
Well, you know that. I don't know if other people know that. You might think, oh, a merchant, they're not dangerous. Well, that's not true.
No, not true at all.
Not true at all, especially when you're a traveling merchant, wander about in all sorts of dangerous places.
Very dangerous places. But you're going to sleep, is that what I hear, Math?
Yes, that is correct. Sort of stretch out with a day well done.
Right.
Feeling quite, you know, satisfied with myself.
So this leads to my next question then. Could you roll me a what's the word I'm looking for? Could you roll me a spellcasting? Even though this
Of
isn't quite accurate.
course. I can do spell casting, hex weaving, or ritual crafting, whichever one is better for you.
No, in this moment it would be spellcasting.
All right then. I
I
shall.
think that's the closest to what we've got going now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, at 37.
A 37 is very good. Very good
Yes.
indeed.
I am, after all, a master druid.
Hmm.
Not saying I'm an archdruid, because I'm not an archdruid. That's a whole nother thing, but, you know, certainly a master druid.
Well, that's an option.
I like to think of myself that way. You were saying, I'm so sorry. Go on.
Yes, indeed. You sleep peacefully the night through.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I just feel quite good. I'm going to get up, see if I can get up early and get, you know, some, what do you call them, baked goods for breakfast. It's a bit of a, you know, surprise. Because it's nice. It'll be it's what people do when they're being, you know, conscientious. So just, you know, like a bit of the sort of berbecane fruit pastry, like a Danish, and I'm going to get, you know, 3 of them, and not 1, not 2, but 3, and bring them
Crunch.
back. Yes, crunch, and bring them back for breakfast.
It is easy enough to do. It works very kindly. There are a couple people who are, you know, just smile, nod. At the hour of which you're traveling, most of the people up are going to and from, are busy, focused on, you know, it's the very, very beginning of, what's the word?
Dawn, the day.
A quiet village.
Oh, not a hustle and bustle, but yes,
No.
yes.
It's a little quiet in this point. You can hear the beginnings of the beginnings of the anvils ringing. It's not like they ever actually stopped all night. The advantage time is a very amorphous thing to begin with. Time underground. Well, that's an entirely separate issue, correct?
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to, you know, bring back these Danishes for breakfast. There's a bit of a treat.
Your wife is awake and dressed when you get back. She gives you a slow smile, appreciates the gift of the Danish, raises an eyebrow at the third one's like, and who is this for?
The little one.
You wish to give our 3-year-old daughter sugar for breakfast.
Perhaps
and then leave her with me.
Half Danish, quarter Danish.
We'll keep it for the afternoon tea.
All right. How has business been?
Very good, actually. I appreciate it. Some interesting orders, however. We're going to have a lot of shipments going forward. It'll be quite good.
Oh, good, excellent. Oh, nothing strange, any news? We've been gone all day yesterday. Any exciting news happened while I was away?
Nothing beyond what you've heard about the trial and all of that bit, but you've heard about that. And
yes.
It'll be quite entertaining. Things are getting very interesting. I believe we might be going south after this, returning to Matina. Some commissions were placed and orders were invested. Transportation, very large, quite good. Set us up. We might have a very nice time.
Oh, that's excellent. There was all sorts of dramatics underneath the city, and a bit of a far away, some sort of um, malefactor doing all sorts of evil things, desecrating the dead, impersonating a priest of Veopatis, being rude, generally speaking, trying to murder people. I'm fine, by the way.
I'm very glad that you are well. I was very concerned for a moment
Oh,
there, but I'm quite sure that you will handle it like you handle everything.
well, thank you. No, I was fine. Some of my compatriots were doused in acid and desperately wounded, but they're all right. Oh, so I'm going to go and do a little bit of business for the council, a bit of augury, see what I can learn, a bit of work, and then, well, it seems as if there's going to be a bit of a. I don't know where my travels would go next. I know I'll be heading down south eventually. I've got to find out what this. There's going to be a bit of a secret, probably a bit of a bounty on this evil malefactor who was desecrated and disrespected the Druid Circle and actually all sorts of people. Apparently, he's doing some sort of, I don't know, destroy the world sort of a thing or something. It's a little bit unclear, really, but apparently he's wanting to destroy all magic, or just he's apparently some sort of megalomaniac who is behind the necrophage problem here in Mahakam, and actually a number of things, really. So nonetheless, I think there might be a bounty put upon him, and I have to make sure we get information back to the Druid Circle, let them know what's going on, as well as seeing if we can deal with this person.
So if we're penciling in, we're going to do a turnaround here, then I'm taking it. Okay, that works. We'll rearrange the schedule slightly. Minor adjustments here and there. Shouldn't be a problem.
Just, moving through the circle on the way to Matina would be excellent.
Yes, that just means we'll add some extra time. We'll turn south from here. We don't need to go all the way to Redania.
Unless there's something important.
No, the latest king is about to die, they say. No one really cares.
Well, is that perhaps an opportunity? I mean...
No. He's got 50 brothers and sisters.
No, I meant for trade.
No. There no one's going to be... Weddings, that's an opportunity. Funerals...
No?
The royals already have all the state wear that they're going to wear to the funeral. Anyone else who's going to show up is already going to commission based on what's present. You don't wait on funerals. The timeline is.
Yes. I suppose you do plan weddings far in advance, as opposed to a funeral. It's always a bit of a surprise. Yes, I suppose it makes sense.
And no one wants a body lying around for long periods of time. That's how you end up with problems.
Well, yes, it's smelly at the very least. All sorts of necrophages. Oh. But now, tell me, I have been perusing the town to see if I could find any good ingredients, and I found a few things. I plan on doing a bit of a turn today as well to see if I can continue gathering, and then I'm going to have to go and go into the cart and do a bit of my work. But if you need anything from me today, just let me know. Also, if you want to, I don't know what your schedule is like today. If you want to do a round together, I'm happy, but I know you do have quite a bit of business.
I have quite a bit of business. I think that you should be taking yourself out today. Enjoy your little bit of time. I'm going to take Ainfra, introduce her to a couple of people. There's a couple of people that I think she would get.
Oh, well, if you wanted, I could do I do a bit of turn for about an hour, so looking for ingredients. If you want, I can take Ainfra with me. So
she just kind of smiles at that, like, maybe next time.
All right. Well, anytime, I want to make sure you get time and space, and it'll just be a bit of picking of flowers, as it were, or other things.
Mm-hmm. She just smiles and nods at that. Not arguing it with you, but just like, maybe next time.
Excellent. Well, excellent Danish, and it's a lovely seal. He gives her a peck on both cheeks.
Yes, and she'll respond in kind.
Oh, Well, if I hear anything that might be of use to you, let me think. There's going to be, since there's going to be most likely, I mean, this Lord Rasmi is planning on making getting a bounty placed on this malefactor mage, which might mean that there might be some sort of space for trade. People might need some sort of supplies or armor, or weapons, or some such. Well, just letting you know that's coming, and I don't know what else it might need, but that's my inside information that hopefully might be useful for you.
Well, I'd always look forward to the information that you bring me, darling, but I don't really think that they're going to need a lot from me if they need weapons.
Yes, well, one never knows.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Anyways, have a good day.
Oh, well,
Don't die.
Of course. No, I don't plan on it, and I hope that today will be somewhat relaxed, actually, just a little bit of poking about in the blood and all of that. Well, I'm off, but you know what? It was a good day yesterday. I saw the most amazing statuary. And tapestries. We'll talk about it later. I should go before anything wilts. Early morning, early bird catches the worm, as they say.
Indeed. And she doesn't argue with you, but there's this moment, there's like this look that goes across her face. She's like, we're underground.
Bats. Early bat catches the worm. And he sort of like, pops out. He's like clearly having a very good day. He slept well. He's feeling good about life, and sort of he heads off to go and do a little bit of gathering.
Mm-hmm. And with that, we're going to shift over to Brenna. How late do you sleep in?
Well, I think I'll until I hear the chair being moved and the door next door opening. I'm just gonna meditate for a while.
I need your roll awareness.
Okie dokie.
As you are actively attempting to listen. You will hear it faintly.
Okay.
Very faintly. About 8:30-ish.
Sure.
Civilized hour, but not too late.
5.5 hours. That's fine. That's enough sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Get up. I'm already dressed. Got my sword. I'm just gonna open my own door and be waiting outside. Like, meet him outside. Like, wow, good morning.
Good morning. Why are you surprised at that?
At what?
You said, wow, good morning. That implies astonishment
I
and
said,
possibly...
good morning.
It's the accent. I couldn't
Sorry.
figure it out. Sorry. It sounded
Right.
like wow, and that's some explanation. Okay, right. Breakfast?
Yes. I don't think I've eaten in a while.
That seems like something you should fix. You shouldn't want that. That's not a good thing to have, not eating.
Well,
Not good
let's
for
get
you.
breakfast in. We'll fix it. We go down and get some tasty victuals downstairs.
And they are very tasty. It's eggs and sausages and a hash
Yum.
of some sort.
Love it.
Root vegetable hash.
Great. Sounds delicious.
He's not very talkative, but he definitely roll Witcher training. Witcher training.
I was gonna say I can roll human perception.
In anyone else, I would ask for human perception, but in this, Witcher training would take precedence. With a 14 still, he never puts his back to the door.
And
he
doesn't want to get nabbed again. I understand.
And
being in a coffin for 50 years sucks.
It does. And he is very aware of where everybody in this room is.
Good, sensible man. Brenna approves. She won't comment on it though. She'll just relax a little bit. Not like a lot of it, but just like 10% tension eased out of shoulders. And enjoy the breakfast. And probably about midway through breakfast, did you have a chance to look at that bracelet I brought over the other day? I think it's been like 2 days, 3 days.
And he does a quick eye scan of the room and switches to Northern Common.
Okay. I'll speak in Brenna's broken Northern Common.
Maybe we don't talk about it here.
Yes, good. Later then.
All right.
After food, morning food.
At this point, he realizes that you are not that good at this language.
She's not good. She can understand it. She can read it, hearing it, speaking. It's the probably the hardest part for her. I imagine her reading's better than anything. As Witcher contracts, but yeah.
And he kind of looks at you, leans slightly towards you, and lowers his voice and switches again to Elder Speech.
Yes.
We'll find ourselves someplace a little more quiet and maybe, if you knows a maid, a little bit more secure.
Just nods. Gone, oh, damn it, Kadern. Yep, there's one in town. Swig of whatever breakfast beverage, coffee, tea.
I mean, both are on offer. Although the tea is less a tea and more a tisane, so.
Okay, probably coffee then. Just a big swig of coffee.
Yep. It's very, very interesting, the things that the first human settlers brought to the continent. I want you to understand. The things that are... Because you stop and think about it, like, in the games, it's supposed to be, and even in the books, it's a medieval setting, and then you look at, like, the things that they have, and you're like, you got potatoes, tomatoes, and coffee?
I bet they have chocolate too.
Yes, actually, in the books they do. Because
Mhm.
Jaskier uses chocolate to bribe a kid.
But, granted, this is the continent. It's not,
Yeah, it's not
European.
medieval Europe.
There could be tomatoes in, Adairn, and there could be potatoes in the,
And of
Cape
course,
Mountains.
the humans that came with the convergence brought things with them, and there are large groups of people that brought
Who's
things.
to say what doesn't and does grow naturally on the continent?
That is
versus
the
what
other
people
thing.
brought?
Because
It's not it's not, Earth.
No, it's not. It's not even this dimensional
Gross.
plane.
Nope.
It's just very interesting.
It is.
So
I have a lore question.
yes.
And I don't know if anyone would know the answer, y'all would. The humans that came here, do we know where they came here from?
They're actually, we know that that the convergence happened, and it just creates giant tears across the continent, almost like that moment in Thor Dark World, where there are so many different tears occurring across the world at the same time that there are different people that show up. There are multiple groups of people, which is why there are
higher vampires.
Well, no, higher vampires are aliens, literal space aliens.
They still came through the convergence though, didn't
no,
they?
they don't. Higher vampires don't come from the convergence. Dragons don't come from the convergence.
I knew dragons didn't.
Dragons don't. Vampires don't. Varan, werebubs,
Bruxa would have, because they're lesser.
Yeah, all of the lesser monsters, humans come through the convergence. Elves come a little bit before the convergence and also at the same time as the convergence. It gets really weird.
No, I'm just wondering if the humans are from Earth or if they're from some other place.
No, they're from Earth.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if they were like Earth humans or like...
They're Earth humans from across the globe, which is how you can end up with a variety of races and appearances. And actually
also
languages.
coffee.
And also coffee. And potatoes and
tomatoes
and tomatoes, yeah.
I just wanted to know. It was
But
important.
it is also interesting that's the interesting thing is there isn't any discussion of the of the Trinity of corn, maize, and squash. There is discussion of potatoes, tomatoes, and coffee and chocolate. So it's very interesting. Maybe it's just Southern America, North America.
Do they have corn?
It's not mentioned, and I haven't seen it in anything.
It's not meant. There's wheat, and there's barley, but there's no mention of corn. Because I am a lore nerd, it's fine.
No grits. What a sad life.
No polenta.
No cornbread.
No
Oh,
cornbread.
no corn on the cob. It's corn.
But
It's corn.
again,
That's
as a Southern boy, no black-eyed peas, rice, cornbread,
Oh.
and ham.
Do we have rice?
Yes. There's rice mentions of rice coming from traders from Zerrikania. I don't know how or Zerrikania or the what's the O country? Not Offerentor. Oh, it's in my head right now. You can and by the way, Trooper, you can roll for whatever you want. It will take you time. The more things you roll for, the more time you're spending.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, thinking like probably till noon. So like 3 hours
So-
and then go off and do the work for the council.
So maybe you could probably get another 3 rolls on.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah. So the heroine is would mention that he would somewhere we can't be overheard and somebody can make sure that we can't be overheard.
noted.
Also, we can't be spied on because I don't want to get stabbed. Getting stabbed sucks.
It does. I mean, you don't. I mean, usually, it's something you never really quite get used to.
There's a long pause, and even you, with your human perception, you can see how he's struggling to answer that for a moment.
It's hard to get used to getting stabbed. You know, it's one of those things. She's a witcher. It happens a lot.
Perhaps we should possibly. Wrong accent. Hold on.
Perhaps we should. I know. I like the Godfather. I like the. Yeah. No.
No, it's
Keep
Caerwyn.
them.
It's Caerwyn speaking Elder speech. This is what it is now.
Oh.
Caerwyn speaking Elder speech sounds like this.
You know what we've been talking in the whole time.
It's
been
dwarven.
fine,
It's
yeah.
dwarven and northern.
Oh, it's dwarven. We can talk in dwarven. Yeah.
Do not. No. I do not need all
But what if we
dwarves
talked in
kibitzing.
dwarven, Denny?
On one hand, that would be really problematic and it would really suck. On the other hand, I would not object to a bunch of Yiddish dwarfs.
There's an enclave up north.
Yes, they have some issues. They cite that you don't want to deal with them. They have some very strong emotional connections.
Look, if you need a cleaver, I can make you a cleaver.
They get you a good cleaver though, real good. They
They'll
take
get you
care. They
good.
take care of you. They take care. They're so nice about
They'll
it.
take care of you.
But you're gonna have to give up the good filter. It's whatever. The problem, Lysander, is that there is a strong discussion, unfortunately, in the reason why I won't make the dwarves Yiddish is because in the original books, Tolkien, when he's talking about the dwarves, talks about how makes comparisons to the Jewish diaspora and was talking about that impact on the dwarves. And then people afterwards took it as a very anti-Semitic, or started applying very anti-Semitic views to Tolkien. And he wasn't actually saying that the dwarves were Jewish. He was just saying that he was using the social impacts of the diaspora on a closed group to his comparison to what he did with the dwarves.
Whereas Wagner was using the dwarves as
Yeah.
Jews in an anti-Semitic way.
And Wagner is an asshole.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's
Yeah.
somebody possibly who maybe takes that kind of concept and in a book about a magical boarding school, doesn't even allow them to be dwarves, just makes them goblin bankers. So it's not cool. Yeah,
But they
it's
could be Midwestern though.
they could be indeed.
They
We
could be. Yeah. They love a
Mhm.
good casserole. You know what I'm saying?
I do not need dwarven mayonnaise.
No, you don't. It's okay. But the dwarves in the Witcher universe are all like Danish.
Mm.
The Danes, Amsterdam, Denmark.
Mhm.
So we should perhaps talk about this not here. And he will like lean back in that moment, eat a couple more bites, and go, like look around, is like kind of gauging if you've drawn any attention. He doesn't seem to think so.
Just
They-
to keep up the conversation to make it not look like
Yeah.
we're conspiring as much. Like, well, I hope you haven't been too bored this past couple of days.
I have not been bored at all. I've spent a bit of time discussing some things. Perhaps getting some work in and talking with some other people about, getting back into practice. It's a very...
Good.
I can't do... Trooper, I need you to do me a favor.
Need me to
Yes.
cut my accent.
I need the
Yeah.
I need Yanto's actual accent for a moment.
You want? All right, yeah, you can get Yonto. It's all right. Yeah, this is what he's like when he's not pretending to be somebody else.
Yeah, but that's the important part. I need that because
yeah.
otherwise I start ending up like I'm going down Arthur Avenue, and that is not the
It's
same
not-
place. It's
No, it's all right though. I mean, I feel like it makes sense if you're going to go and speak in some other language and all. Obviously, you just turn out a little bit,
And
Bit
of
wonky.
course, some of us as natural mimics where we end up where we're sounding like
Yeah.
we're actually coming from. It's a thing, and I understand
Yeah.
this, but at the same time, I try and keep things concrete. So
Yeah.
he's working a bit, and he's trying to get some things worked out. Perhaps a couple presents for some people. Also, getting my ear right on the ground, right? Paying attention to what's been going on.
That is good.
Also making some money on some bets. Did you know that they have a fighting ring down the street? It's
I
quite
did
fun,
not
actually.
know that.
Yeah, it's like
As
it's-
a fights to the death?
no, half
Oh,
naked,
yes.
kind of throw the door out of the ring kind of thing. Lots of oil involved.
Interesting.
Mm.
Hmm.
It's very entertaining.
I'd imagine so. I've been fighting monsters and stupid puzzles. She was very frustrated as she says that last part, but
Puzzles. Who
but,
got
you know.
puzzles? Dwarves. I mean,
Is it-
dwarves aren't bad with puzzles. They do pretty good work
no,
at the puzzle.
the puzzles have been solved. It was
Oh.
just convoluted mage nonsense.
Oh, they're assholes.
Yeah.
By the way, he kind of leans conspiratorially. Is like, next time we see that asshole, we're gonna stab him, right?
Which one?
One who put myself in a box for 50 years.
Oh, yeah, that was the idea. Yes.
Cool. We're
hard
not
part
going to
is
kill
actually
him
getting him.
though. We're gonna stab him
Oh.
and put him in a box for 50 years.
Oh, I think Cupid enjoys that too much. Give him time to plot. He loves convoluted plots. Did decapitate one of his puppets or minions the other day, though.
Okay, so maybe we go for the decapitation and then put the
Yes,
body
I
in
think
the
so.
box. Alright.
There we
fair,
go.
fair. Alright. Alright. You about done with that?
Yes.
As he kind of
Imagine
like
it's all-
reaches, he kind of reaches over with the fork, and as he says that, and is like stabbing that last potato on your plate.
It's fine. It's the potato. He won't get stabbed, reflexively stabbed. Look, I mentioned dinner time at Witcher training schools was very cutthroat.
Yes, it was. But
Lots of hand wounds.
yeah,
Lots of
he
forks.
did wait for your answer.
Yes, Good. That is wise of him.
He reached over, but he waited for your answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a potato. She's fine with it.
All right then.
It's not her favorite thing.
The way we going now? What are we doing? Or should I wait for you here?
Well, let me. She thinks
Entertain you?
about it. She thinks about. It's like, where is Kadarin? Oh, he's probably staying with that dwarf family.
Mm-hmm.
Do I drag him with me? He's probably still asleep. Lazy mage.
Oh,
Yes, he's injured, but he's probably still.
turns over the majority of his body.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
There were
So then she thinks,
flames on the side of his face.
Side face. Then she realizes he probably can't walk it off because he only has one leg, and so then she eases up a bit. But then she also realizes he wouldn't be able to run away, so she goes, you know what? Let's get ready for the day. Make sure everything's good to go. The mage I know is probably sleeping still because he was very severely burned, and yeah, he'll be hopping around probably in another couple of hours. Kadarin's never been a morning person. We know this about Kadarin, so
Very
yeah. We'll just get ready and then head over to this mage. Just take my time, get freshened up a bit. I'll check with the front desk to see if there's been any messages left for me.
There was a response back from Purga.
I did send a message out, yeah.
Yeah.
To Arzo's sister.
Yeah, and I forget specifically what you asked.
I asked if she knew of any, if she knew if her late husband had any golden apples laying about.
Yeah, and she said no. Sorry, I was like, I knew the answer was no, and I couldn't remember who was asking her what
it's more
question.
like, your late husband stole something from someone who is very angry about this theft, so in order to save you the trouble, I am inquiring now. So she figured the answer was no, but if it had been yes, that'd been real weird. So we'll just make note of that, and then mosey our way over to see Kadarin after we freshen up for the day.
Alrighty then. So that leaves that. Durin. Morning comes a bit too early for you. Don't forget, Durin, because you did not sleep for 8 hours, you do not get your recovery score back in health.
Yep.
You all by this point have your stamina back, but you can only recover 8 health points for everybody but Witchers, if you have a full long rest. If you sleep all night, 8 hours.
The good news is that our good Lord Math healed me to full before I went and got a nap, so I'm good.
That's good. But what are you doing this morning?
Waking up unfortunately early. And then aside from having, a couple of apples, it is probably get a dagger's worth of work in and then head back to the hall. So we'll see about making a stiletto for the Countess as part of her payment. So we'll get on that. Alrighty. So crafting. Pretty much I'm just it's well crafted. The base of it's good.
Yeah, that's a really good crafting right there. That's right good crafting you got.
Okay.
Just working your way up the Brenna friendship totem pole right there, and just
all right. And now the profession skills. So next up is we'll do the augmentation. Cool. So that will have an innate +1 to hit. Then we'll do the journeyman roll. That'll be +5 additional damage.
Yep.
And then the master crafting roll. And it'll have 50% bleed.
She
Uh,
loves bleed.
And then the last bit, as it is during doing this. Cool. So 18, 20, 22, 46 silver.
There we go.
May I remember this down?
So in total,
He
The-
made you a very nice sharp pointy thing.
the stiletto has a +3 to hit. Does a d6 +5 damage. Has 5 reliability. It's one-handed. And has the traits +46 silver, 50% bleed, and concealment.
Sweet.
This is best to make called shots with because it doesn't do a lot of damage, but if you do the called shot, it will kill.
It's a I'm a totally unarmed witcher, teehee, murder. I'm just an innocent countess without my swords. Stab.
Yeah, pretty
Um,
much. This is the
This is stiletto, and
this is
based
the-
on the style of dresses that Brenna typically goes for, which is the more Toussaint Messina style, means it's very firm corseting up here, which means it's probably a concealable dagger down through here.
Actually, one of the things that he's done, if you'll allow, perhaps considering the original crafting roll, is
Yes.
with its scabbard,
Mm-hmm.
he's made it nice and comfortable to wear against the flesh, so you could actually hide it on the inside of the corset and have
Nice.
magnets,
Ooh.
so you can just whatever clothes you're wearing click and make the magnet caps for the other side, whatever clothing you wear, look like embellished pins of your house's heraldry.
Ooh, swanky. Love it. Love it. I'm gonna write swanky. Stiletto. That's its name.
And then I probably need to get to the council chambers because of previously on Witcher, there was a lot of debate amongst the dwarves on whether or not the council members would pony up the bounty. So I figured that's about 2 hours worth of arguing.
Yes, that will be the rest of the morning for you, is arguing
Yeah.
about this. Because as we established last week, the declaring him an enemy of the dwarves, the banishment, all of these easily done. Giving up the money?
Yeah.
And the eventual winning argument is somebody legitimately says, well, we only have to do it once, and can figure a large number of these guys are just gonna die anyways in the attempt, and, you know, he's a high enough target that they'll just die. And we won't have to pay it out until, you know, a number of years from now. Effectively is the winning argument.
Also, besides, depending on who it is that actually comes to collect the bounty, we can probably just pass off a couple of mid-grade goods and they think they've got the money's worth. Oh,
That's
not
fair.
even the fine stuff, just like
Mid-level.
couple of our apprentices can do some jewelry work on something and we'll
Yeah, that's
pass
fair.
it off.
That's very fair. So that is the majority of your morning. And your half, we'll get a chunk of your day. Math. Lord Math.
Yes. Uh, I was going to do some rituals, after I finished gathering.
Where?
Well, in the cart, the wagon, roll up the carpet so I don't get any blood on it. As where I do my my things when I'm able to do so. I try not to do, just you know how it is, just in my wagon. Well, it's not really, it's the wagon that, because I'm not always with my wife when we're traveling. Sometimes I have to travel one way and she travels the next, but when we're traveling together, I have a wagon where I do these sorts of things. And I was going to do it there. I don't want to do it in an inn or anything like that.
All right.
Ruins my my vibe. I like to have my incense, crystals and all of that, to be in the right vibe. You know. Now, how many, I have to check how many white myrtle petals I currently have.
Yes, so then you can start rolling me ritual crafting rolls.
Yes.
Well, determine what you get.
Yes. I do still have some white myrtle. Yes, I'm not running out actually, but I'll have to go get some at some point in time when we leave this place. So I've got blood from the minion, the faux Baldwin, and I also have blood from whom? Who was my second bit of blood? I have the faux Baldwin. And I have, let me see.
You took blood from...
Was that it?
I thought it was just the faux Baldwin. No, Gemma.
Yes, also Gemma. That's correct. I knew it was two people, Gemma and also faux Baldwin, because at least with Gemma, we might be able to see what has transpired with her from her being nabbed, follow her through, and then also with this faux Baldwin to try to see, what this faux Baldwin has been up to, perhaps. Well, we know that he got his sort of tendon severed. That was unfortunate. But, before that, this whole sort of how he got to that moment. But I thought I'd start with the faux Baldwin, and then I'd move to the, the Gemma. Because they're both dead. Well, I will start with my, where am I? Here. Magic, yes. All right. My rituals here. My first one, I rolled an 18 out of a DC 15. And let me get rid of those petals. Yes. So running out. Yes, I'm going to go and look back and have my bowl, this nice bowl that I place the blood in, the vial of blood. Imagine it's quite viscous at this moment. And I will sort of go and start my ritual casting. And since there's no one here to see it, I don't actually have to go and really I'm quite expert at this, really make many gestures, but I still like a bit of the but I bring in the incense and I have the bits of burning light coming into this bowl so that I can then peer and gaze into it to look at the past, follow this person back.
Who are you starting with?
I'm starting with the faux Baldwin because, I care more about myself and my interests than I do about other things. So of course I start with the faux Baldwin before the Gemma.
Well.
Well,
so Baldwin is, you discover is, with an 18?
Yes, out of 15. And I want to go, I think I can go back about 2 weeks or so, is what we said, for the actual person if I have their blood. And because I'm trying to think, I imagine this is maybe somebody who was just stolen, grabbed and then sort of glamored perhaps. And so if I can find out,
Yes,
What
so the base
got them
DC,
into
is,
there?
yeah, you can go back 2 weeks. With a base DC of 15, with an 18, you aren't able to go back as far.
Mm.
You can go back maybe 48 hours in this case.
All right. Yes. Yes.
Um, there are other things at play, you
No, that's all
realize.
right.
And you see 48 hours ago this
And we'll just like
individual.
roll backwards from like that moment when he's on the thing and just watch that battle go and then just sort of like drift backwards, as it were.
Rewind the clock and reach, and then get to a point where it stops and then goes forward.
Yeah.
As it begins to go forward, you see a young human male, and younger than you,
Oh.
maybe
right.
21 at most. Very close cropped, dark brown hair. No really distinguishing marks. His eyes are a very interesting shade of almost a blue purple.
Not one of the people that was snapped from the store, though.
No.
No, because it didn't look like that at all.
Did not look like that at all. No. This definitely looks like human, again, close cropped, brown hair, in young, blue, purple eyes.
Where are we? Are we indoors? Are we
We're
underground outside?
We're indoors. In a room. He seems to be either asleep or unconscious. You're betting probably unconscious just based on your own personal knowledge of things, right? He seems to be healthy. You know, probably not a peasant. Not more enough muscle tone that it could be argued that he, was well fed and well,
probably middle class, some sort of craftsperson,
perhaps a level, not any of the bulk or musculature of someone that you would recognize from either working in fields every day or carrying a sword in trained combat every day.
Yes.
This person seems very listless, and their eyes are open, but they're not very obviously not tracking, right? They're not paying attention. They're not a lot of recognition going on in the moment.
Some sort of, could I get some sort of, do I get a sense of perhaps I could place them regionally through their clothing, perhaps?
They're very right now currently dressed in that same outfit that you saw them in.
I see. Yes. Okay. Yes.
So
already dressed in that
already
outfit.
Dressed, and that's an appropriate, probably a more accurate terminology. Dressed in, right? As if perhaps somebody put them in this.
Yes.
They slightly darker than skin tone than most northerners that you would usually see. He's not pale and pasty, but he's not
bronze.
A very nice, yeah.
I'm also looking, and this is actually something that I'm looking for especially, just keeping my eyes out for both this one and Gemma. Somebody placed him here or in that throne. I'm hoping that in this lead, I might be able to find out who did it. Who.
That's what I'm saying is you see him, like the eyes are open and they're kind of this blue purple moment. Very close, dark black hair.
Is this in this room?
Just a little bit of scruff on the face, almost not intentional. Very much probably looking like he just doesn't someone who needs to shave
Yes.
every day and probably twice a day, and this individual didn't
Yes.
get the opportunity to because they're currently unconscious.
Yes, yes.
When you meet,
sort of
well, I
unconscious,
mean,
sort
they're
of strange.
like their eyes are open, but they're not tracking.
Yes.
And
This is looking in or
this is looking at him on like a bed in this
bed?
moment.
Yes.
The image is correct, but ignore the attire
Oh, all right.
on the 75 on the NPC doc.
Thank you.
But you see a sorry. Sorry.
Oh, no,
Only
no,
have you-
no. Do not apologize at all. Understand this. You said 75.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mhm.
The outfit
Yes,
is
yes.
not the same. Ignore the outfit. But
Yes, that's quite distinctive, but a bit more generic. Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
yes.
But the
And the
eyes being
eyes
sort
are
of blue purple.
a blue purple. And then all of a sudden you see a flicker as if the light in the background changes.
Mm.
Perhaps like a door opened, or and candlelight from the outside came in, or something else and opened and closed. Then you see the figure sit up, and the eyes are the same, but they tilt. The head tilts, the neck cracks, everything moves. There's a smile,
It's probably when this
and
malefactor entered his body.
then just a gesture as the hand kind of passes in front of the face, and then the face becomes that of Baldwin. You watch the individual make their way. You realize that they're in a town not far actually from Mahakam at this point. It was an inn that they were in. So they leave, and you follow them as they walk down, get a horse.
By the way, when they left, there was a light thing. When they were walking out, did they pass anyone, or was there?
There's a serving girl that you see, but you don't see, and a couple other like just generic individuals. No one that stands out, right?
Perhaps that light, could that light have been like a portal or something like that?
It's a possibility. You would have to spend some more time figuring that out.
Yes.
Or talking to people who know portal magic, because that's not something you do.
No, I don't. Thought, well, could be some sort of a portal. I mean, we know this fellow does all sort of that sort of a thing. I'll have to ask that the 3-time orgy champion, Kadan.
That's the thing. But words in my head. They pass like the serving girl, walk out the bar, untether a horse, flip a coin. It's not really obvious which kind, to the stable boy. And you recognize this inn. It's perhaps a half day's ride from Mahakam. I mean, it's one of those you would stop at if you, depending on the weather, on when you got there, whether it's should push on to Mahakam or if you should take shelter for the night or something in advance. It's just a roadside inn. You see him, ride into Mahakam the day before. You meet him. And then kind of weaves through the main caravan. You realize he comes through at the same time as the caravan does. He, well, not yours, because yours came a day earlier.
Yes, but
So this
one of the caravans.
One of the caravans. He kind of comes through. He knows this. He's working the crowd. He waves like he knows a couple people, but no one really seems to wave back. Or at least not that he pays attention to, that you can see from this pool of blood that you're looking at. He works through, and you can see through his eyes as he watches, makes his way to that cul-de-sac with Durin's Forge and the cafe and Gemma's store. And you can see as he kind of walks around to the cafe and orders a Danish from the literally best cafe, according to Durin Ramsey. The best Danish is in Mahakam.
I need to know. This is perhaps one of the most important bits of information you could give me out of everything. What sort of Danish does he order?
Boysenberry.
I see. I'm going to write that down. Please go on.
He orders boysenberry Danish. And you watch through his perspective as you and the Witcher leave Durin's with Ardzo, almost as if you're going to dinner. At that point, you realize that that's the point when you were going to dinner. And then he leaves and starts walking through a number of tunnels. And they're different tunnels than you took.
Interesting.
But he ends up in that same gets to the point where the ruins start, but he travels an entirely different pathway to get there than you did. More circling around. It takes him longer, like a couple hours. He weaves through any of the possible traps with no reactions. He knows exactly where and how to move through those swinging sides. He knows how to cross that perhaps investigative chamber with a bunch of dead bodies and cages. He doesn't even stop in the treasure room.
By the way, does he pass that room with the desk in the
yes, where where individuals were?
Yes. Does he at all stop or look at anything, or to just move through?
He just strides through, doesn't even pause, and he makes his way through to the treasure room and closes the door to the treasure room. And you see him smirk and place something on the plinth. It's at this point that he places the apple on the plinth. And he pushes a number of combinations, but he's not looking at them as he does it, so you could spend time to figure it out based on his hand gestures, but that would be a more complicated roll. It's one of those, he's not looking at the keyboard when he's typing the combination in.
Yes, because he knows it so well. I imagine he's arming traps is what I imagine he's doing.
Probably. It's a not unlikely possibility. And then he leaves that door open and walks through back through the treasure room, closes the door behind him, stops and pats two of the wolves' heads and pets them for a moment. You see this slight smirk on his face. He walks into the room that you found him in, leans against the sarcophagus, and at this point the sarcophagus lid is open, and you can see Gemma inside, her eyes moving very quickly behind the lids of her eyelids.
Yes, she's dreaming.
And he kind of smirks at that, and then reaches out a hand and lifts the hand, and as he does so, the lid lifts and settles onto the sarcophagus, and he gestures to spin the wingtip bolts.
It seems like he's a bit more sort of strength than our three-time orgy champion Kaden, who said he couldn't even lift the apple from that distance. But this one seems to have quite a bit of
well, I mean, he is standing right next to the lid when he does this.
But it seems quite heavy. If Kaden were there, it would just be a way to poke at Kaden, but he tends to sometimes say these things out loud.
Yeah, that's the thing. But as you do so, as you watch this, you watch him lift it settle it, spin the locks in place, walk over to what you didn't notice before, what weren't really there before. Walks over to the sword that's hanging under the shield.
Yes, the one that I pointed out to Doran.
Smirks and like raps on the shield a couple times, and you hear it echo through the chamber. And that's the first time you realize that this is the first sound you've heard from this vision. Then he walks over to that throne, gestures a little bit, kind of like, you know, sweeps his hand aside and lets a bunch of the dust and cobwebs be moved away, pulls a dagger from his own hip.
He's going to cut himself, I imagine.
And slits both the ACL and MCL and the Achilles tendon, and allows the individual to fall into the chair. And then that figure just sits there for a while. And it goes back to that slightly glazed over eyes look.
Do the eyes same color?
Yes.
Interesting.
Now, for player knowledge, not for math knowledge, but for player knowledge, because there are other players who are listening.
Yeah.
The eyes never changed color. There was just flashes of lightning through them.
Yeah.
Whoever's eyes they were always the same color.
And I think Matt would like just continue to watch until the fight happened, and then watch the fight, because I think he would enjoy watching that, just to see, to sort of watch it and assess, because he couldn't see everything from his direction, right? So he was in front of some people, behind others, so he can now see how everybody acquitted to themselves in
roll
the fight.
me tactics.
Let's see. Hello, tactics. All right, and I'm going to use 2 luck on this.
Okay.
Because I want to. An 18.
Everyone seems to acquit themselves very well, but you notice that this figure, this false Baldwin, he only casts 2 spells, and he only gestures with his left hand. He doesn't gesture with his right hand. And aside from his light engagement with Lord Math in a very condescending manner.
I know. It's terrible. Now, I was perfectly polite, but him, so rude. This is Math looking at it. This is Math looking at it, and he thinks it's perfectly fine. You know how he is.
Maybe. Nah, not at all.
I don't think it was perfectly fine. I think he was condescending and rude and also ignorant, but he thinks he was perfectly lovely.
This is true. But aside from that, he was not emotional about this entire thing at all. And even when Brenna, and then you realize, wait, there's a moment that should be missing. As you watch just before you, well, let me rewind. There was a moment just before the fight. One of the things I as the GM misspoke. There were 2 actions that he did before he cut his own tendons.
Setting up the
putting the stones out to put up the barrier, and when he sits down, there's another action before the fight, and that is the point that I as the GM should have been more clear about. He's got a mirror in his hand. That it's just there, and then all of a sudden...
What kind of mirror?
Small, very round, almost
In a frame or no?
Yeah, you aren't going to have unframed mirrors in this point. You don't have
I mean,
unframed mirrors.
it's not like a bit of glass or anything like
No,
that.
no, no,
No.
no. It's silvered,
Mm,
and it's just a very round silvered mirror, probably very basic and simple and
mm.
cheap. But he's got it sitting there. And at some point, just before,
Does he look like Bald when he looks in the mirror?
yes, he looks like
Right.
Baldwin.
I don't know what he looks at when he sees himself in the mirror. I don't know if
No,
that's a
he's
thing
not
or
looking at
not,
himself in the mirror.
Mm,
He doesn't look at himself in the mirror at all. He's
mm.
looking at, he has the mirror set there, and at some point, you don't know when, or you can't really realize,
Is it on
but
his lap or on the throne?
on the left-hand armrest
Mhm.
of the throne, and he is looking at it. It's just sitting there, as he kind of has this dazed expression on his face, and at some point, suddenly the expression comes back to his face, and he looks down at it. And in the mirror, you can see as he looks down, you see Kadern in the aftermath of exploding the scythes swinging.
Yes.
And at that point, he basically is following you up until the moment of the fight. And just before you enter the room, he kind of gestures with a hand, and the mirror disappears.
Um, might I ask, when we were in that room,
Mm.
so he's following us in the mirror before we actually get to the room with the telecommunicator,
Mhm.
and through that room, I see. And so from there all the way up into the throne room. Yes. Thank you. Interesting. And I watch the whole battle, to see if I get any sort of
But
feedback or
you don't know this, though. You would have to
no.
ask a mage about how a telecommunicator works.
Yes, I mean, I'm taking very good, keeping it all in my mind so I can share this with a three-time orgy champion Kadan, so he knows all this information.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because I mainly was like, oh, this is interesting, because I knew that there was this other telecommunicator that was functioning, but it was in that room, and oh, interesting. So like just sort of noting it. And after the murder, what happened
What?
after the murder, the beheading?
Nothing.
Interesting.
I mean, the body is dead.
Yes, of course. Did he leave before the murder? Did I get a sense of this? If the eyes went, you know what I mean, right before the murder happened, or if he experienced it?
You'd have to roll me an awareness.
I shall. I'm just interested to know if he felt it or if he didn't, because I thought that the Countess might like to know. An 18.
You can't tell.
I can't tell. Oh, bother.
I mean, it's very difficult.
Yes, it was that madness of battle and all that.
Mhm.
It's all right. I just thought, if I did know, I'd let her know. I was like, oh,
And if you did know, but you just can't tell at the moment.
No, it's all right. And I think that I would just move over and then just follow Gemma to see if I can find out. I mean, I imagine she was grabbed by those necrophages and then do all that, but she did get in that sarcophagus at some point, and so I think that would be his second to go. But I'm happy to wait until after we go the next round.
I think we're actually going to take a break first and stretch, bio, all of that good stuff, refresh your beverage, do all of those good things. And then when we come back, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Gemma when we come back. But that is what's going to happen. The thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Oh, I think it was the word, was it donate?
Oh,
I think it was. That was the
exclamation point,
command.
donate.
Yes.
Because we are still raising money for Fisher House Charities, which provides care, support, and housing for VA veterans and their families while they receive treatment at veterans hospitals around the country. We have met our first goal of $500 from a very kind donation. Everyone who's been donating so far, you are all fabulous and wonderful. That means I will be running a Castlevania one-shot on the channel. If we make $1,000 by the end of tonight's stream, I will run a reunion one shot for the Vampire the Masquerade Nightfall crew. Simon, Scott, Alyssa, Quentin, the whole crew. But we're gonna take a break. So stretch, bio, do all of those wonderful things, and we will be back in about 8 minutes, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you were refreshed, stretched, did all of the good things as we return to part 2 of our wonderful episode of Witcher Roads Home. And again, thank you everyone for being here. We are still raising money for Fisher House Charities. If you would have the opportunity to donate, it would be lovely. If not, you just want to share out the campaign, the link's right there in chat. If I can spell. Links right there in chat. We appreciate each and every one of you who has had the opportunity to donate, everything that you share about this campaign. It's really great to help a really great charity. But while Math is looking at blood and tracking individuals,
Because it involves looking at blood. Who doesn't love that? I mean, he's told he has to like roll up the carpet, also get in trouble, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Well then, Brenna, what you doing?
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm moseying over to visit Cadarn with, you know, my stepdad.
You're with your stepdad.
Yeah.
You'll find Cadarn at Mesmos, I believe, is where he said he was going to stay.
That's where I figured.
He's got an apartment.
mentioned
Basically, got an
Mesmo
apartment
before.
there. It's fine.
Yeah.
He will help you out. What do you need from our dear friend Cadarn?
I want him to double, triple check this apple, make sure it's safe.
That's not magical.
Yes. Magic on it. No
I'm not even going to make
spooky vampire traps.
roll because
You're sure it's not trapped.
I just feel like you didn't ask if it was trapped. You asked if it had magic, and I feel like a vampire trap and magic may not be the same thing.
It's true. That's why I'm gonna clean it really well afterwards.
it's not. It is
Granted, he
not
only had sepsis for
magically.
18
It is
seconds,
not
so-
magically trapped, and it is not magic in any
Okay.
way.
All right.
It is. He can tell you based on his own examination of it and the
Mhm.
magic that's involved, or the non-existence of magic that it is involved, is exactly what it looks like. It is an apple that has been dipped in gold.
Wonderful. Perfect. Good. Just good job. All right. Now can you like do some stuff to make us not eavesdropped on? I don't know.
Okay.
I was asked about
He
that.
can.
Seems pretty serial if old, Carowin's asking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Yanto just got his super paranoid self from Carowin, and I just took after her mother, or if there is something super serial about this weird little bracelet I picked up.
Look, Yanta was paranoid because he was breaking the law all the
Look,
time.
And Carowin seems to have done something similar, so I'm wondering if it runs in the family, is what I'm
If
saying.
he's being paranoid, or breaking the laws,
Or
because
both.
oh, that's right. Brenna wasn't there for the conversation about what Karen's
wasn't.
actual job was.
No.
No, Yanto told her that he was an assassin. I think she was there. Yeah, I think she was there. Yeah, I think she was there.
I don't know that you actually did though.
No, I think she was there for that conversation because he was almost never having big conversation with Carowin without her. It was
No,
She
he
was
did. He
very-
had the conversation where he sought you out specifically to have that conversation.
That's right.
Then because he wanted to check because he felt like you were avoiding him and he wanted to check in on you. And you were like, you don't want to know who I actually am because I'm a criminal. He's like, well, I killed people for a living. And he just kind of was very nonchalant about it.
Yeah, so Brenda doesn't know.
But I don't know if you told her after the fact.
I don't think you did because you were very quiet.
You
Or
then
if
you
you
had
did,
to,
I don't
then
know
you
if
had
Brenna would
then you
believe
ran into
you
the problem
because
with
you were very
yeah, then you ran into the
nonchalant.
problem with not Alzor, but Undead Lover, Witcher,
Alvar.
Alvar.
Yeah, because you were taking his ashes out at that point.
Yes, but I feel like we talked about it on the road before, like around the him area.
No, because you didn't want to. You were talking about how you were just, you weren't talking about anything like that at the point. You were talking about like
You were just very clammed up.
Yeah.
you were having issues. It was fine.
So I don't
Yeah,
think
just
Brenna knows. Look, it's okay. He kills people for a living. I kill people for fun. I mean, there's not a whole lot of difference between us, right? It's be fine. Maybe we'll bond. Um,
Who knows? He might be interested in taking up this bounty on Elzor.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, he does want to murder him. Real good. So, yeah. So,
So
ask Kadarn to make it so that we can't be dropped eaves upon. And then once that's done, look at Carwin and be like, all right. What is it that you figured out? Oh, I guess we probably would have brought the bracelet with us too.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
and so,
got
like,
he
we
still
could
has it.
Darren look at it too to see if that's magical as well.
Okay.
Because he wasn't there when I picked it up and then gave it to Kerwin, so it might be good to have him look at it too.
With so with I'm not gonna make him roll because not worth he knows enough at this point to do some things. So so what you get with this is it's the same metal as the hairpin that Kadarn has. And Kerwin will tell you he has never seen a metal like this on this continent. Or let me phrase that. He's never seen metal. This metal isn't native to this continent.
Okay. Anything else?
For player purposes, because I'm not going to try and drag this out in this explanation.
No, that's totally
in
fair.
character.
Yes.
For player purposes, it is a combination of platinum and tungsten.
Okay.
Hope is looking at me because he knows exactly that that's technically not really possible, at least in modern smelting methods. Just because of the way tungsten works. But if it were, it would have very interesting properties. Hope is looking at me like he knows a couple of those interesting properties.
Like it could shatter. Pretty more. Oh, because the platinum would help it, because tungsten normally would do the shatter thing.
But also, tungsten's melting point is exceedingly high in its capacity for being able to hold heat and retain it is exceptional.
Or magic. It's made for magic. Every little thing it does is magic.
This dwarf is displeased.
Because this GM figured out the ultimate alloy that would be perfect for magical uses. It's almost like I worked for a jewelry store.
Or that it even exists.
And but there are 2 items that you currently have in your group has in their possession that have these properties. It can also it can hold and absorb magic, right? And retain it, which is the big thing. It can also be enchanted. The bracelet is currently not.
That was my next question.
It is currently not. It is it will hold enchantments, but it's not currently enchanted.
But also the tools you would need in order to etch the rune are going to be rare.
You would need diamond tipped tools, which is really hard to achieve without industrial plating. Just telling you straight up.
Or hard to achieve if you're not a gnome.
Basically.
Okay.
Or there's
Kerwin does this. This is what he does, which you know because he made that pin and your other stuff.
He didn't make the pin, did he? No. He made my brooch and my ring.
No, he did make the pin. He did make the pin.
Oh, the Eleanor's pin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he said it's like one of the things is I made that. But he had seen that's why I clarified. she brought, and he will tell you, she brought him the
hid
medal.
the pin. The medal, okay.
And
then he just
had
worked it.
him do the, but you can realize that it's not overly engraved. It was very carefully engraved with minor points, and he didn't do the enchantment. She did. Eleanor did the enchantments. Eleanor brought the medal. Eleanor did the enchantments. He did the crafting on the jewelry itself, and the etching to get it to work.
Okay. Interesting.
Because it came out because Kerwin had said that he basically does not do the enchanting, but he can actually prep the metal.
Yeah, he is very, very skilled at working metals that can take enchantments in ways to ensure that it isn't basically that there's no contamination from him in the metal.
Gotcha.
That the metal when it is cast and worked into whatever jewelry the client wants, it will be pure of any vibes or contaminations or magical spillover, right? Or anything like that.
Okay.
It would be almost like if a truly, like a null field sanitized, sterile. Exactly, right? He can keep the magical field sterile. But he didn't do the enchantment on the hairpin. Eleanor did. The bracelet he didn't make. He recognizes Gemma's work. He never met Gemma, but he recognizes her work.
So he's seen the work. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both of that level of skill that the two of them would have known each other's work across.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And if they ever had the only reason they never had met is because they were never really in the same place. It's not like they were ever members of the humans guilds, right?
No. Yeah.
They're not part of the guilds or the guild.
Respect each other's work, just never ran into each other. Yeah.
Exactly. So he recognizes her work, he recognizes this, and he's very interested because he had only, as far as he was aware, the only amount of that particular metal that was in existence was the one that Eleanor gave him.
All right, and so now it's here. Which brings up some interesting questions. Who brought it here? Doesn't have an enchantment yet, but it could be enchanted.
And you will also recall that when you picked it up, it was in one of the cases.
Yeah, like a like to be sold display case. It wasn't like a custom order thing, which is another interesting place to find it.
Yeah, because you would expect some like this.
That would be a custom thing.
Yeah,
makes me almost wonder if she started working on it for someone and then decided to not go through with the order and just stick it in a regular. I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum.
It's a very interesting thing. And Kerwin would tell you that the only reason that a professional like this would stick something like this in the to be sold is if a custom order is canceled or can't be paid for some reason, and he's trying to recoup the loss, right? Gemma was trying to recoup the loss.
Yeah. I wonder.
Either
Alzor doesn't seem like the type to want to pay for his orders, is what it seems like. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Granted, not that he doesn't have the money. Just doesn't seem like the type.
Count von Rugen vibes.
He's better
or whoever
dressed
ordered this
and better
had
hired. He looks better than Count von Rugen.
But now I'm going to check out Alzor for 6 fingers on his hand.
Simon.
I just realized I did not give a heads up, and I just showed up, and that probably screwed up the overlay.
It's okay. We're using you anyway.
We're using you right now, just so you know.
For your
wow.
body.
Yeah.
As it should. As it.
Oh. Hey, Kitty. Hey, Simon.
Oh my goodness.
but I forgot you're probably not on break. I just joined in, but like I got a BRB for like 2-3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. This is Simon. He'll be right back. It's fine.
Hello. Yes, I'm not even on the right mic and everything. So be right back. Yeah.
Okay, good. Didn't shut everything down. I was like, I just fixed it. Sorry, I had to fix the look. All right, we are good. We are good
But
to
if
there.
it wasn't Alzor, maybe Alienor placed an order. I think I'm going to have to look at Gemma's books to see if I can find out who placed such an interesting custom order and then didn't come pick it up. Rasmus should be able to let me look at those, right?
The
It's
crime
part of the
scene to my
Alzor
last.
investigation.
I'll put it to you this way: if you're
Mhm.
interested in taking up the bounty, I will let you have access to everything.
You aren't there.
Yeah,
This conversation.
No, but
No, Kadarn's taking up
theory.
the bounty, and I can go look at it with Kadarin.
Not a
All right, Kadarin,
bad
let's go look
argument.
at some books. And we
You've
drag
had
them
worse.
away.
They're probably not a bad argument. Okay, I'm gonna move the camera. I figure we can wait until Simon gets back for further
Fair.
discussion on this particular point.
That's great, perfect. We're
Because
just gonna
technically
drag him along, make
yeah.
all these decisions for him.
he's already there.
Yeah.
Math, after you've finished your
I was going
first
to
viewing,
do. Yeah, I was going to do Gemma.
I need you to roll another roll,
Ritual.
and I'm going to tell you in advance, as you go to make this ritual, the DC is higher,
Okay, interesting.
and you can roll an awareness, and that will tell you if that you can mechanically know why the DC is higher. But
Okay,
I'm telling you in advance the DC is higher than normal.
15 awareness.
That's good enough. The blood smells off.
Oh. Interesting.
Mechanically speaking, it might be contaminated in some manner, and
Yeah,
that would
yeah.
change the
Yeah,
component as itself
yeah.
for the ritual, which is going to change the DC mechanically
Right.
for the ritual.
Right.
If you know somebody with a centrifuge, you could try and purify it.
Yes, I'm more excited about finding out in what way it's contaminated. Before I start messing with it. I'm going to take a small bit
Mhm.
and like partition out like a very small bit so I can give that to Ardzo, because Ardzo's a doctor and I feel like he might be able to go and figure out what might be contaminating it, perhaps. I'll give him a little bit of that, just like a small little sample for Ardzo. And then I will use 4 luck.
Okay. Or to just, okay, so what you're going to do is to make sure I understand this, you're pulling out a sample and setting it to the
for
side.
Ardzo. Yeah.
Then you're going to roll for the
Ritual crafting.
ritual craft, because you're going to continue the ritual, but you're going to spend 4 luck to try
Yes.
and overcome the fact that you know
Yes.
that this is contaminated.
Right.
Would you like to describe to the audience when Math realizes that this sample is contaminated in some manner, how he's going to change his ritual to basically narratively incorporate that luck? Because I just want to know.
Normally what happens is that he sort of like he puts the blood in the bowl and he sort of casts the ritual, which then sets it on fire. But when he sets it on fire, that is actually part of the ritual itself.
Mhm.
Right? It's actually like a mystical fire, if that makes any sense. But what he's going to do is he's actually going to start burning it before he starts the ritual to help try to sort of burn out some of these impurities, as like a pre-prepping of the blood, right? To try to sort of get some of that out. And he'll probably do a little bit of that, and he'll probably put in a little bit of water to dilute some of that impurity, and then like burn it a second time a little bit before he then comes in with the mystical fire. So he wants to sort of try to basically burn out some of the impurities and thin out some of that so it's less concentrated before he then actually does the ritual. So it's a little bit of
So
a
I
little
would
bit of
say in this case, you're attempting a complementary skill,
mhm,
which I would say use a first aid roll here
mhm.
because you don't really have science by education or first aid, either of your choices. And
Sorry, that was I pressed the wrong button because I was going to look over at profession skills because with education I can roll lore keeper
I will allow it.
because that's like wilderness survivor, monster lore, education, or human perception. That's like my
Mhm.
um
Yeah. If you
I
the
want to put
point
my
is
last two points of luck into that
no,
lore
well,
keeper.
here's the thing. Remember with complementary skills, your success or failure doesn't only can give you a benefit to the eventual roll.
Yeah.
It doesn't harm the other roll.
Yes, but I don't know how difficult this will be. So I'm going to spend my last two points of luck on the lore keeper,
Okay.
and then the 4 points of luck on the
Mhm.
26 for lore keeper.
So you'll get the +2 for the
Ritual
ritual.
crafting, which will I'll have the 4 points of luck in that, which will and have the +2, so that's a 32.
Okay, so a 32. Very good roll. You needed a 25.
I imagine it was going to be a hard one.
It was going to be a hard one because you didn't want to have a. It was going to be real interesting if you fumbled. It's going to be very interesting. Unfortunately, it's not interesting, but
Well, or fortunately,
you do end up with about 12 hours before this individual that was being puppeted.
yeah.
Because you end up at the moment just as Gemma is talking with these two patrons, right? The one Zeracanian human and the one
Just kind of like noble, the other one.
Is and chatting with them in again, no sound, but again, chatting with them and being very personable, showing off a couple of her special wares.
Do these two people seem like they have a relationship with each other, or that they're separate?
They're roll human perception. Right?
21.
Okay, with a 21, it definitely looks like two guys, one of whom is there looking for something for his significant other, and the other one is there to kind of give him commentary and support.
Got it.
Right? Like
so they're pals, right?
They're pals, and the Zeracanian is obviously more knowledgeable, and that comes across in body language and the way things are being talked about, because when Gemma starts presenting stuff at certain points, always presents first to this noble, and then the Zeracanian will, kind of take it and look at it and do all of these things, and then she'll answer his questions, even though she's making the sale towards the noble, that kind of level of which is what you should do if you're doing a high level purchase like that. And it doesn't seem like it's something that bothers her, right? It seems like this is almost a normal expected behavior. She's used to seeing this is
but I was like, is this a person in the garden? Oh, they're pals. Okay, right. So I'm like, okay, maybe we can use that to identify who they might be, but so like I'm noting it.
And then there's a moment where she's like laying out a very, very beautiful diamond and sapphire collar that's gonna literally sit along the collarbone and just kind of wedge in here. Very nice piece. You don't remember seeing it in the store afterwards. And then as she's laying it out, she turns her head behind her and then walks back into the back room. And as she does so, you see that the wall, she's looking and she sees the wall has come down, and then 5 froglets emerge. One punches her in the face immediately, and she drops like a. She's basically a peasant. And 2 of them carry her out.
Without nomming on her.
But because they carry her out, she doesn't know what happens. The other 2 individuals that were in the store.
I know there's some chewing.
There's a lot of chewing, and possibly taking away and some light takeaways.
Yeah, some light takeaways, for later.
For later. You can. She's unconscious. She kind of comes around at a certain point when you can kind of tell that she's being carried through tunnels. She's disoriented, probably from a concussion of some sort. And it's dark, and in this game, only Witchers can see in the dark.
Can I imagine foglets?
Yeah, but not gnomes. And not dwarves. So she's kind of disoriented. She's not sure where she is. Eventually, you're not 100% sure. You can kind of. She's in and out of consciousness, so her perception of time is off, and therefore the perception of time within this viewing is going to be off. Eventually, you see she's sat in a chair in front of that telecommunicator, but it's not in the doorway where you saw it. It's in a little side room off. You can kind of just make out the stone hall. It's in front of, and she's sat in a chair, and the froglets are gone. Like, the froglets set her down and they go away. And there's a female presenting individual of a humanoid height, but there's something about them that just reads off.
Is there like, are they obscured in some way? Can I see their face?
You can, but it doesn't make sense. Like, and you're not sure if that's Gemma's concussion, and like there's like this double vision effect on the face. The figures are distorted. You can't quite figure it out, but you read it and know that there's something a little off. That it's not human normal.
Yes.
You would need to roll a couple other things, something else to try and.
I'd like to roll I'd like to roll spell casting to see if I can figure out what this might be. I know there's glamour involved. To see if I can figure that out. That'd be my first thought. 28.
With 28, it could be a type of glamour. But it could also just be that there are other types of magical abilities from certain creatures you know of.
Yes.
That are similar to, like, these are not the droids you're looking for.
Yes.
Rather than a straight glamour to change the features, but to make the features
obscured.
Forgettable.
Let me do Lawkeeper in place of monster law, if you don't mind. 25.
You can think of 3 that could do that.
Which ones? Perhaps well, I know that Bruxa have all sorts of things.
A Bruxa could do it. A Bruxa does it frequently, right? Changes and distorts her appearance.
Yes.
A Leshen could, but unlikely to do so in this manner.
Yes.
I mean, like, a Leshen isn't going to try and appear human in any way, shape, or form.
Yes.
A Leshen might try, a Leshen has the spellcasting capability to do this. It doesn't mean that it would.
Yes.
A Bruxa, that makes more sense. And Wait, I just had it. Yearbook. Why did my note just go away?
I mean, none of my Leshen friends would
No,
do
your
such a
Leshen
thing.
your Leshen friends would not do this. A Catacan might theoretically be able to do this, but it'd be very difficult.
Can't.
Yeah, they would have to. But a hag could definitely do it as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So like, that would be your top three.
Mm.
You know, from
Mhm.
your knowledge base, because
Mhm.
there might be. You have a question about whether a higher vampire or a dragon could do something like this as well, but you just don't know.
I'll have to ask the Witcher.
Yeah, I mean that's and that's nothing against your role. That's literally
No,
that
no,
we've
no, it's just-
established about what Math knows
Yes,
and does not
yes.
know.
Yes, of course. I mean, one of the things that you know is rolling really well. That means you know what you don't know, and that's
Exactly.
a good thing. Yes. Um,
So you know the three that you can think of off the top of your head are
yes.
Leshen, Bruxa, and Catacan maybe,
And hag.
and a hag.
Yes.
You don't know if a higher vampire or a
Dragon.
dragon could. You'd have to ask someone else who would know.
What about Doppler?
A Doppler wouldn't do
Be-
this.
No, they wouldn't be obscured like that. They would just.
And they don't really cast spells.
Yes, yes. It's more natural. Yes. Part of them.
Yes.
Yes.
So there is a level of magic occurring here that's an active magic that this figure is using to obscure their appearance in some
Yeah.
manner. But you can definitely tell it is not the same individual that, you know.
The Baldwin.
Mhm.
Yes, different height and all that business.
Um,
And this
Height,
person is-
attitude, actions. There
this person's having a conversation with Brenna of some sort.
with Gemma.
With Gemma, yes, thank you. I just saw Brenna in the chat and it distracted me.
Yes. She is this figure is having conversation, well, talking at Gemma.
Yeah,
Gemma doesn't seem to be responding.
yes.
And you're not 100% sure if Gemma is supposed to be responding, because periodically this figure will turn to the
Yes.
Magiscope telecommunicator that is to their left
Yes, yes.
and gesture and speak, and then turn
Yes.
back to Gemma, and
Yes.
then you
Clothing? Of this
very
person?
very high end, well fit, very tailored, bespoke gown.
Interesting.
But not gown, but dress. I'm using
Yeah.
gown in the period sense rather than
Yes.
the
Not like a big ball gown, but
no,
yes.
like a day gown.
Yes, yes.
But
Yeah.
definitely along the lines of perhaps someone knows Yennefer's seamstress, dressmaker, right? Just that level of, you could be slutty, but you could also wear this in public for business. So
Yes.
it's a very hard line to
Region?
walk. Ooh, you'd have to roll history on that one, or
Believe that is history a skill?
no,
It's
education. Sorry, I'm
Yes.
getting confused on which skills go with which game again.
No, it's fine. As a wandering druid, a 20.
With that, this would be a piece that this individual had custom made for themselves.
Yes, of course.
And it doesn't seem to be really
So
tied.
imagine my wife travels quite a bit.
Yeah,
so
no.
might be
But what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't follow the fashion trends of any of these countries.
Oh,
This is somebody
interesting.
who went for truly avant-garde and probably custom ordered this and wanted it to be a
Interesting.
statement piece.
Oh, that's very interesting.
This
Well,
would
that's
this is
interesting.
where the outfit that the fake Baldwin was found in was designed purposely to be forgettable and to work in multiple locations. This is a piece that is avant-garde to an extreme
Mhm.
that would get noticed no matter where they went
Yes.
and would stand out no matter where they went.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Huh. Well then, fascinating.
Let Pope less evil Lady Gaga and think more evil Met Ball.
Evil Met Ball. Yes. Yes.
You know, that kind of level of like,
Well, Lady Gaga goes to the Met Balls, so I'm just going to continue on with evil Lady Gaga.
yeah, but Lady Gaga's too nice to be this evil.
Again, evil. We take and photo negative Lady Gaga, and that is now our arch villainess for
Yeah, but
Yes.
leaning more Diane von Furstenberg rather than
Yes. You just should put like you have to put a goatee on them, and that's how you get them in the evil negaverse. So just
no. You have to
And the monocle.
no. That's for male presenting individuals.
true.
Remember,
It's
if you
true.
want,
Anyone can wear a monocle.
this is true. But if it's not the goatee that goes with the
plunging neckline.
female. It's the plunging neckline
yeah.
and the dark dress and
Yes.
she dyes her hair black and it becomes
Yep.
pin straight.
Yep. It's true.
also occasionally a smoky eye or a cat's eye.
Mhm.
Either. Suddenly has killer eyeliner.
We don't know how that happened, but the makeup's always better.
But the makeup's always
It's-
better. But so this kind of very and that's about like what you can get from this
Yeah.
individual.
Can I see in the mirror?
There is no mirror, it's the telecommunicator,
Oh, it's
right?
the telecommunicator. Yeah, yeah.
It's the magiscope. So you see
yeah.
from
Mhm.
the perspective of that you have, because again, this
Yeah.
thing is
Gemma.
focused on Gemma. It's not gonna shift. You'd have to
Yeah.
to be able to see who they're talking through the magiscope and where the projection of where the magiscope is, you'd have to like effectively turn the camera 90 degrees, and that's not happening
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can't control
Yeah.
the camera and the
Yeah, yeah.
seeing. It seems
Yeah,
whatever
Gemma's not
conversation this
fully
yeah.
in it right now.
No, Gemma's not fully in it right now.
Yeah.
Whatever conversation this individual is having seems to be over as they they gesture and the light from the telecommunicator goes out
Mm.
and they walk over and place 3 small bowls with components in them. You're not sure. Again, you can't get close enough to see the ground. You would have to be like, even from a like photograph, you would still have to be. You'd have to physically see it and taste
Yeah.
it to know what the ground components of this spice
Yeah.
mixture or incense were. You know, there isn't anything large enough to really distinguish.
I can't smell it.
You can't smell it, you can't taste it, and it's all ground together, so you can't just be like, ooh, this is a bay leaf, and this is a basil, and this is an
Yeah.
oregano and a rosemary, because they're different shapes. No, this is all ground
Mhm.
together, so you can't
Yep.
tell. Places 3 of these bowls in a triangle around her, steps back, and as they do so, you can kind of see that there's a marking and a sigil, a number of sigils and runes on the floor.
I try to remember as many of them as possible so I can write them down.
You can
Uh,
recreate. You will be able to recreate. Roll me spellcrafting.
So I can show them to
Kadan.
3 times Orgy champion Kadan. Because,
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that's something that he might find useful.
Uh-huh.
There. Yes. 28.
With a 28, you will be able to remember all of them.
Mhm.
And you'll be able to remember. You'll remember all of them, and you'll remember.
Gestures.
You won't always be able. You won't. The only thing you won't be able to remember is the sigil that's directly underneath the chair
Yeah.
that she's sitting in, and that's just again
Yes,
camera
yeah.
positioning issues.
But I'll note that there was one, but I just couldn't
There-
really see it.
Yeah, there is one you can't see it, and again you can get everything else.
Yeah.
and you can get there are three silver bowls with some sort of components in them, but you're not sure what they are because they've been ground up. And this female presenting individual steps off this circle and does a number of gestures that look like spellcasting gestures, pretty standard spellcasting gestures, and then snaps her fingers, and all three bowls light at once. And Gemma's is gone, and your connection to her is gone. And you're assuming that this is the point at which
she goes into the dream.
And for you, you can't really follow from that point.
Yeah.
You can follow sort of, but now it's a combination of like, you don't know what she's doing, but she's carried from this room and laid into, carried down that tunnel and hallway and laid into the sarcophagus.
Does the face stay obscured after she's out?
Yes.
Okay.
The face stays obscured after she's out, probably is permanently in that manner. Or either consistently, it's not something that this individual did for Gemma, but something this individual does just as a matter of course. And because Lysander mentioned it, you will see as she places Gemma down, the beautiful articulated long-nailed finger ring that's in silver, and it has very long articulates and could double as like a stabbing weapon,
Nice.
threatening to the jugular.
How tall? Because I know she's going to pass by these wolves or archways, and I've been in this place before. Do I get a sense of how tall she is?
So shorter than 6 foot, but taller than 5.
But would you say that she's tall?
This is where you're going to run into an issue. Because as you walk, you can the
short person predicament. Everyone looks tall when you're so short.
Yes, that's what I was thinking about, trying to measure her against the
surroundings.
Yes, thank you.
I would require an actual education roll for this one, not Lorekeeper, because that's mathematics. And you're trying to use point of reference triangulation, because geometry is a thing that exists.
15.
Somewhere between 5 foot and 5'6".
Okay, thank you.
You also aren't sure 100% if that's 100% accurate, because you're pretty sure, given her gait, that she's wearing heels of some sort.
Yes.
So somewhere in that ballpark-ish. Places Gemma in the thing, and then disappears.
When you say disappear, do we mean poof or leave?
As in poof, gone.
Thank you.
You don't know whether she teleported or just turned invisible or disappears.
Well, I'm going to have to go and find
And it's and then it's a period of time before the faux Baldwin comes in and closes the lid, and then that's it.
Darkness. Yes. Well, I'm going to have to go and travel to the Countess and see if I can find this the Lord Arzo, and also 3-time orgy champion Kadan with this news. So I'm going to head out to try to find them after I clean up, of course, after myself and air out the wagon. I don't want to get in trouble.
That's very good. We will be circling back around and come in back again with Brenna and Cadarn. Cadarn, by the way, you are... Carwyn and Brenna have met you in Mesmos. You have warded the place so you cannot be scryed upon. Well, you already can't be scryed upon, but you are warded now against general eavesdropping. Because Carwyn was concerned that he didn't, when he wanted to talk, because Brenna wanted to ask questions about the bracelet that she found. And 3 points that you will know is, one, he tells you that it's an alloy of, for our purposes, he claims it's an alloy of magical metals that he, as far as he was aware, the only amount of it was brought to him by Alienor to craft the hairpin that you have. And it's not from this plane of existence. For player knowledge, it's a alloy of tungsten and platinum, which has very unique properties if you'd actually do it.
If you even could.
Yeah, if you could do this. I don't think do not quote me on this, but I do not believe it is currently possible with the technology that currently exists. Because you would have to need something on the lines of of the interior of a volcano to smelt this.
Well, there's also
pressure.
the problem of you would most likely burn off the platinum.
Yeah, there's that.
No, if you want to make a tungsten alloy, you're looking at something like titanium.
Yeah, it would be massive. It would be very weird, and it's a very illogical point. But the properties that it gives you is it makes it malleable, it makes it easy to, the platinum grants the ability to be etched that the tungsten doesn't have, but it does have the tungsten's ability to retain heat or energy, in this case magical energy, which means it's it's one of the greatest alloy combinations to enchant. The bracelet itself is not currently enchanted. It's prepared to be enchanted, but it is not currently done so. And it wasn't, he's never seen anything like this on the continent. The only experience he's ever seen of it at all was Alienor bringing it to him. He made the hairpin, he did the casting of the metal and the preparation of it and the engraving, but she did the enchantments itself. And the tools required to do this level of engraving would be diamond tipped, would be necessary to do this level of engraving. Which even, is a little expensive.
You're muted.
I'm muted?
No, Simon.
Me.
Oh.
Are we at Gemma?
No, you're
As
at,
we
you're
learned.
at Mesmos.
Okay, we're at Mesmos.
Mm-hmm. Gemma's is kind of a crime scene right now.
Well,
and-
yeah, but
And we talked about how the only way this would be in a display case up front would be if someone ordered this and then never came to pick up their order or pay for it, which then
Or refused to
Brenna-
pay for it.
Yeah, or refused to pay for it. And so Brenna suggested we go check her books to see maybe who ordered this.
I have
Which you
another
could do.
question.
Yes.
Is in all my time at Mahakam, have I ever heard about someone with diamond-tipped tools?
Gemma would have had them.
Okay, so it's not impossible that someone could have.
No, but they would be specialized, right? Like,
Yeah.
Carowin has already told you that he recognizes Gemma's work, and she would have probably
Mhm.
recognized his. They're both of the same level. Neither of them have
Caliber
ever met.
of non-human gilded.
Yeah, they're
high-level
neither of them are
craftsmen,
part of the human guild of jewelers, but they're both of it extreme. They're both of that
both
level
sought after.
master jeweler that they were that
Mhm.
sought after, right? They both recognized each other's maker's marks. And Carowin was well known for his ability to basically be a sterile environment for creating enchantable jewelry. Almost to the and a gnome can almost do the same thing. She had more intricate. She might have been slightly better in intricate work and fine detail. He was slightly well known if you wanted truly clean works with which you could then enchant later. Like anything he would create would have no magical spillover or impurities from anything that would be made.
No, but Gemma would have the same thing though.
Close to. Hers was slightly, not quite, if you were talking about the level of impurities, it would be 0.00001%. And
Yeah.
he could do 100% clean room level stuff.
Hmm.
As close as you can get to him without being him, basically.
Yes, exactly. the major difference between the two of them is that she has a permanent store and a permanent location and a well-known.
And he's been gone for 50 years.
He's been gone for 50 years, but even before then, he took private clients.
He was travelers.
And
yeah.
he traveled into private clients. So if you wanted one of the two of them to disappear,
He was the easier one to do it.
Okay, knowing this,
Mhm.
because this seems to be the before we do anything about the bracelet, there's something that Kadern is cogitating
Yes.
on.
Sure.
Yeah. Is anyone else in the world known for that? In the world of artisans? And I mean, I can ask Mesmo, but in all my time that I stayed at Mahakam, because you said like the two of them, Kerwin and Gemma, could like identify the other's Maker's Mark because they were like that cool.
Mhm.
Like, would there have ever be a third name?
There was a Maker's Mark that Kerwin will tell you he's seen before.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Kerwin's still with us.
Yeah,
Hi,
Kerwin's
Yeah,
Kerwin.
standing
he's
right
with us in the room right now. He's there
Sup?
to ask. Yeah.
He's there to ask. So right now in the room, it's you, Kerwin, and Brenna.
Okay, I thought we were at Mesmo, so Mesmo was here. And
No, you're at
Kerwin was
Mesmo
not.
in
No, we
you're
came to
in your
harass
rooms
you.
at Mesmo's.
Specifically
okay.
you.
Oh, great.
I was like, good morning.
Well, it was afternoon by the time you got there.
We
Well,
did wait for we did let you sleep in. Brenna was very considerate.
Oh, that means my stamina's back.
Your
Yes,
stamina
yes,
is
it
back,
does.
and if you
Fucking
slept, you
God.
can actually recover hit points in recovery.
Yes, I would, because dying.
Yes.
And you've gotten
you
medical
were-
treatment.
you did get
so
medical
you're
treatment.
good.
So he would tell you that there was a third Maker's Mark.
Mhm.
He has not seen anything from that individual's in the last 150 years.
I have him
But-
like write it down in my book, like if he could sketch it out in my little journal, just in case we see it pop up, but that way we can identify it.
It's a pentagonal shield. There's the word I was looking for. A pentagonal shield with a interwoven broken chain that goes from like the southwest corner to the northeast.
And I know we haven't seen him or haven't heard of him in 100 and some odd years. What race?
This is the point where Kerwin says
doesn't know.
doesn't know. There was never a name attached.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can show the picture to Mesmo or Durin though and see if they recognize it because it could be Dwarven.
It could
Yeah.
be Dwarven.
Well,
And
I'm
Kerwin says it. And
thinking-
Kerwin acknowledges the fact that he was public and he sought
Yeah.
out. He had his day job, which was jewelry making, that he was very well known for. He also had a more private job. Remember, and this is the point where he will tell you, it's like, yeah, I killed people for a living.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people? Follow-up question.
He kind of cocks his head. It's like, what kind of counter are you using for a lot of people or not a lot of
Like
people?
dozens, hundreds, thousands.
Closer to the hundreds, perhaps.
She just looks a little brush. She's like, not dang.
I mean, you don't want to getting into like thousands, because then you're not going to have people
I
to
know
pay you for
elves
that.
live a very long time. You could just, I didn't know.
I mean, that's
Sorry.
kind of what I'm saying. Is like it's a timeline thing. But no,
Noted. You've been out of it for 50 years. So that's
exactly. It's a
understandable.
bit of a
Yeah.
thing. And even before then, my wife didn't really want me doing it with the kids just still little. So yeah,
Oh.
when you were just born, it was not a thing that my wife wanted me to be doing when you
I
was.
see.
But she was not wrong that is even as careful as everybody was.
Sounds like you made a decent amount with your day job. So.
Yeah, it was exactly it's a different amount. But for him, the point was he had. Yeah, for him, the point was he sought out high level noble clients for both his assassin. He would take assassin clients, but he would also take jewelry making clients, and he was more picky about so he would be more interacting. Gemma was public and had a location and a storefront in
Yeah.
Mahakam.
Yeah.
This
We'll
third,
ask around about this third symbol.
this third symbol, he's never like he's known of it. He's seen works by it, but he hasn't seen new works in 100. And then he stops and goes, well, I guess it would be actually 200 years now because it was 150 years from the point
Yeah.
that he disappeared.
You never know if he could pop up depending on what race they are, who they are. So yeah, cool. Kaden, since you're on that bounty thing for the Alzor, do you want to see if we can check the books to see who ordered this?
Yes.
Figure it could be helpful, at least to know who else has their hands on this type of metal.
Also, you want to make sure that you get hold of her tools. Don't want those listening on the wrong hands. Diamond tip tools ain't cheap.
Noted. It's like, you should have told me this, like, before we sent the people into the criers. Shouldn't think about that. Nicking the tools. Yeah.
But you didn't tell him. You sent the people in before he knew about this.
I know. She's like, man, why didn't I think about nicking her tools? Oh, well.
Okay.
We
So
haven't done inventory yet.
does Kadarn have any other questions for Kerwin?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Because then Kerwin will tell you. So my idea is I go with you. You just saying as you brought me as a double check to make sure there's nothing missing that would be not noted. That you need another professional to keep an eye out for, right?
I love it. I'm here for it. You are a professional and you would know if things were missing or if the books were cooked funny, probably.
I mean, we're not going to make that claim about her, right? That's not right. We just
in
not gonna
case
mention
someone
it.
else came in behind, they kidnapped her.
Exactly. And
Or weird names or something.
of course.
It's good to know. I mean, you never know who's cooking the books.
So we're gonna fade as you guys make your way to
Brenna's
Gemma's.
like, let's go.
Kadarn, are you going with them?
Oh yeah.
Durin, where are you?
If business has been settled, I'm back at my shop.
That makes life easier. Thank you very much. What are you working on in the moment?
At the moment,
There's a halfway decent beginnings of a new wall for you, by the way.
I appreciate it,
Nice.
but at the moment I am doing some woodworking. I have an elven walking staff I need to make with this giant fuck off jewel.
Sorry. You're just gonna stick this 18-inch
I love
giant
it.
amethyst.
Boom.
on
Check
a-
out my staff, bruh.
not
It's
a
my
secret.
walking
It's-
stick.
It's bigger than yours.
It's
Like just the support that you would need for that. Oh man.
No. I have already figured this out. I know how the settings in the bottom. So you have this giant weight that you will pick up and just whack people with.
So basically Dorian's staff in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Yeah.
Sure.
The first
Giant-
one, like the first
giant
one you first meet
crystal-
him and he kind of is knocking people around with it and you realize that there's a giant gem at the bottom of his
Yeah.
staff and then the staff
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of the staff head. No, I can do that. I can put like a nice because it's amethyst, right?
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah, no, I can do like a good silver piece for the top. Considering the amethyst, we are Hakam. Certainly. I'm going to put like a giant silver badger
Mhm.
on the top of this. And make it so that the hand can do like almost a ball grip. And then make it so that it can be wielded as a weapon and also be perfectly good for somebody's focus. Again, I now know that this thing is explosive, so I rather blow off someone's leg than their head.
too soon, Pope. Too soon.
Just carry it on your already fake leg side.
Um,
I like
so
to stitch blast shield for your good leg.
so you're working in your forge. Math, where were you going?
Well, I have to go and try to find the witcher and all of that, and so I would first go to their inn to see if they are there, and if they're not there, then I would go to, let me see, probably not that place where all the attempted murder happened. That seems to be awkward. So then I think I would try to go to Durin's Ford. That was like the next place, and then I could also get a bit of an espresso at that cafe along the way. I mean, if I'm going to be in that area anyway, then I should definitely get an espresso. And then if there's no one over at Durin's, I can't find out where that is. Well, maybe the medical tent. I could try there. So he's going to go first in order that way. He's gonna, and then he'd probably go to the murder estate, the Gullo estate fourth if he had to. But first the inn, and then the forge.
So
Well,
I figure you
in espresso forge, really. It's just,
so the inn will tell you that they're not currently in.
oh,
The
do you know
es-
where they went?
the
Probably not.
man behind the bar just kind of the dwarf behind the bar just kind of raises an eyebrow at you like, I don't ask my patrons those questions.
Let me go get an espresso. I mean, go check the forge and get an espresso.
Irma will happily give you an espresso
Oh,
and a pastry.
excellent. Oh, well, if I'm going to have that pastry, then I'll just have to have one. Excellent. And since I'm here in the area, I'll just go check the forge. With my espresso.
You can hear Durin working in the forge, and I think as you're walking, because I just love the cinematics of this, as you're
Yes.
walking across, staring at the joy that is the pastry that you just got,
So good.
savoring it, we see the camera pans up from the pastry, and striding with purpose is Brenna, Kadern, and Kerwin.
At the sight of Math, we stop.
I don't think Math has noticed you quite yet, because he's
Yes,
still engrossed in the pastry.
That's the hope. And then we Brenna's like,
I'm gonna get the boysenberry because that might let me get in mind of the villain, the malefactor.
And then you look up and you see just, I think it's because Kadern can't move that fast with the
no.
leg.
Wait. Math like
put up.
no, but like has Math, whoa, wow, my brain. Is Math's back turned to us when we go in?
No. It's
side by
it's
side.
as if, so he's walking across, right?
Yeah,
And
like,
you
he's
guys are
walking
coming
this
at an
way, and
angle?
we're walking like this way. Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's focused for a moment
We're
on
on
the
an
pastry.
intercept. We'd meet up in the middle unless Brenna tries to do like
Can-
stop.
Because I would try something if
please.
Brenna tells me to stop. Very
Yeah.
quickly, without thinking, I'm gonna cast illusion to make us appear like two rocks.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It has to be a crate or a box. I've seen
Or a
played
bush.
video games. It's gonna be a bush.
It's
Well,
just like two
yes.
topiaries.
No, but
Basically.
stone works too.
This works as well, yeah.
And they, of course, like I'm not going for super complicated. So they're like menhirs
Okay,
that are like roughly person size.
I need a spellcasting roll.
It's just like the Tanuki suit in Mario.
Mhm.
I love it.
Nope.
Oh.
But no, it still goes off. You just take 2 points of damage
Oh yeah, right. Because it's the baby fumble.
because it doesn't go. It's not above a 6.
And that is some stamina gone.
So now there are 2 very tall rocks, but Carowin's still with you.
Yeah, no, but it's Kerwin walking, and
with
there's
two
just
rocks.
2 rocks.
But I assume the two rocks aren't moving.
Nope.
And you can roll resist magic immediately to
see through the
Oh, see
illusion.
See through it. Otherwise, once you interact with it, then you'll realize it.
Why would I interact with rocks?
Because they're walking towards you.
no,
Well, the
I
rocks
think
aren't
I'm
we
moving.
paused. We stopped.
Oh, you paused.
Kerwin-
Kerwin kept
Kerwin
going.
like
keeps.
Karen.
15.
Well, guess what? I rolled a 15, so
Yes.
Oh,
you win. So you see through. I guess the rocks are like shimmering,
Yeah,
and
the
there's
rock.
just us inside it, going like,
and I see you in the rocks, and I just go, I clearly there's something going on, and they don't want to be seen, so I'm not going to give the
Oh,
game
shit.
away.
no. Oh.
So I'm going to just
Oh.
continue walking, but I'm going to sort of not go directly to the forge because clearly there's something going on. So I'm going to just sort of like mosey over, not by the rocks at all. I don't want to give any attention away. So I'm going to go and like,
Do you think he sees us?
I'm going to go and stand like just to sort of peruse, and I'm going to look to see if they're being followed or what sort of danger it is that has caused them to try to hide themselves because they might need my help.
You.
Yep. Okay. Make the roll.
Yes, I'm going to make that
The
awareness
danger
roll.
of getting socially interacted with by
Yes,
math.
yes. A 14 as I stand, just on the edge of the cul-de-sac, just having my pastry, just watching to see who might be after my colleagues.
There doesn't seem to be anybody following them.
Yes,
Sticky sauce.
but there might be something. They're clearly trying to avoid something desperately dangerous. And well, if I feel like I'm not being observed, I'm going to continue to walk, but very subtly, towards the forge, so I can let Durin know that
The
our friends are in some sort of danger.
As you walk into the forge, you realize that there is a tall male elf who you have not met, currently talking to the two guards outside of the
Gemmas.
Crime scene.
crime scene and gesturing, and the guards are nodding along and waving a moment, and then conversing, and then they're talking to this elf, and then they're talking, and then they smile at him and they open the door and he walks into the crime scene.
Interesting. I'm going to, as soon as it looks like that, whatever that mysteriousness is taken care of, going right into Durin. Lord
As
Rasmi.
soon as he's in the forge, we just book it for Gemmas as well.
Do you
Lord
drop?
Rasmi.
I have a very important question. Do you drop the illusion
Once-
of the rocks,
Yes.
or do you
once
try to
he's-
pass these cards as rocks?
Those rocks.
Oh,
Excuse
shit.
us, pardon me.
I'm just picturing Takeshi's castle at this point.
give me a sec.
We just
on an,
what we
on
do is we
a-
throw an actual rock, have them look away, and the rocks get a little closer each time.
on an odd number, I will not, because honestly,
Okay.
Simon kind of didn't really think about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So no, but Kaderin is
okay.
more intelligent than Simon. So yes, the illusion is drawn.
Oh, good. And then we just hustle quick, but he's still in the
Yeah.
forge.
Lord Rasmi, the Countess and 3 times orgy champion Kadan seem to be in some sort of distress. They're outside in the courtyard disguising themselves magically as rocks so that they cannot be observed. They
Oh.
may need our help.
Well, I need to retrieve his leg anyway.
Yes, but when we walk out there, we should walk out
Jesus.
subtly, you know?
Keep on, those rocks are gone. We're inside of Gemmas.
The most subtle I can be is to go about like I'm going about my normal business.
Yes, but also some strange elf went inside the crime scene, so something is happening. We're going to just mosey out, Lord Rasmi, in a subtle way. We'll just pretend like it's just a normal day. Here, wait. You can see there's a bit of a hesitation, like this is a hard sacrifice. I break off my Danish in half, and I give him 1/2 of the Danish so that he can also look subtle when we're walking out. All right, you just eat that, and people will think that you're just walking about.
For once, Durin doesn't look quite so sour because hey, free Danish.
Yeah.
It's boysenberry.
Life.
Poisonberry.
I imagine
We're
we
not
got to
the
the door
Gulars.
because we hustled, and Brenna's just like, you have to make sure the tunnels are free of foglets, and brought the mage with me. to get past the guards, just to be like,
No, they nod and it's like, yeah, the elf said she was coming.
oh, good, good. And then we go in and quickly close the door behind us. We hustled.
So you are now inside.
Books. All right. Whew.
Okay.
What took you both so long? Is I was already in the middle of work.
They're trying
see
to
that
avoid the
he's-
druid.
Oh, you mean the skinny dude with freaking feathers?
Yes.
Yes.
He a little snobbish, ain't he?
Yes.
And he's already started. He's like behind one of the counters, and he's pulling out a couple of ledgers. And there's already the one that's out on the counter that was already there before, right?
Yep.
That one's still there, and he's found a couple others that he's pulling out.
Probably specifically looking for one that has maybe custom orders compared to the others, which might be more day-to-day things.
I need the two of you to roll awareness then, as you're going to begin
Certainly.
in breaking down this space. You can get a +2 because Kerwin's helping you, and Kerwin does have some
Woohoo!
knowledge of, this kind of shop, even if he hasn't been in one in
That's
a
fair,
number of
that's fair.
years or centuries.
Nice. 25.
25. You can eventually find one, but we're gonna wait because it's not gonna. As you're actively looking, Lord Maff and Durin walk in.
Hi lads, we're gonna go check
Oh,
in.
they nod and look. And now just because I want this image, I'm picturing.
Can we just be rocks again?
No, it's even better than this. I'm picturing that when Maff and Durin walk in, because Maff is taller than Durin, Maff can always see over Durin even if he's behind him.
It's twins. It's Schwarzenegger and DeVito. Like,
Yes. Interesting. I do remember that movie. It was one of my favorites. That as the two of you come in, the only person visible is Kerwin. He's kind of leaning over the counter, flipping through a couple of the books, as Brenna and Cadarn are both crouched down and pulling a couple things out
pulling
from
out books,
from
yes.
under the lower cabinets, so they're not visible. And the only person that these two can see is this elf flipping through these ledgers on the counter.
hello.
And he answers you in Dwarvish. Hey, it's very nice to meet you. Just doing some work for
Hey.
the Witcher. Doing some stuff.
The counters.
Kerwin uses
I
your.
am Lord Durin Rasby.
Nice to meet you, your worship.
So, where is our good hunter of monsters? And do we have any idea whether or not the necrophage problem has been dealt with?
Oi, Brenna.
Did I hear Razmi?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. There's a dwarf here.
Oh. Who pops up with some books? Sees Math there and goes from like, oh.
And I give her the look like you can roll human perception to know what that means.
Don't know if she cares enough to.
But at the same time, I kind of want to have you do it just to see whether or
Sure.
not you can interpret it correctly. Whether you
8.
care to or not.
I rolled a 2. She doesn't. She really doesn't care.
You don't
He's
care to
making
even
strange
try.
eyebrow
Not to look at his
gestures.
face. Honestly, she kind of wants to stab him when she sees it. So.
She's not replying, which means there is danger. Mhm. And I'm just going to sort of like circle around, looking like I'm just perusing the area.
And I'll respond to Durin's question, be like, yes, I was going to look into something weird concerning Alzor with Kadan here, and then while I'm here, check out the tunnels back there to just check it out.
Kadarn's with you.
I pop my head out.
I need
I
your
see.
leg.
I see Math.
And I see and I give Kadern the look.
I'm just gonna.
And I just sort of turn a little bit, and then I just sort of gesture towards the elf.
This is just gonna start shit.
This is.
What do you mean you have my leg?
I need
He
your
needs
leg.
your leg. He's not pulling your leg. He's demanding it.
Oh, you need my leg. I heard I
Yes.
made it. Sorry.
I need your
Dwarven
leg.
accent.
Yes, he needs it.
I'm gonna hold onto the counter for support and then snap
I'll
my leg
get
out.
Kadern a chair or a stool.
Good. I'll be back in about 30 minutes,
What?
maybe an hour.
Lord Razmi, let me just walk outside with you briefly to make sure you'll walk out safely.
Sure. Finishes his
Yes,
Danish
please
and has
do.
has a leg.
Just get him out.
I will be right back. Don't worry.
Plop a chair down for Kadern at one of like the desks so he can sit because he only that way he doesn't have to hop around.
He's a bit high strung, ain't he?
That's me.
Oh, you've seen nothing yet. That's very chill for him.
Yes, Lord Bath.
Lord Razmi, two things. I didn't want to say it in there because I don't know who that elf is. But one, I think there might be something wrong. I want to make sure they're all right and safe. I don't know what's going on, but clearly there's something. Second, I have information. I've done my investigations, but I don't want to say anything in front of the stranger, considering the news that I have learned. I feel like you probably should not leave, considering you don't know exactly what's going on, what caused them to be magically hidden briefly. Especially considering what I've learned, there's someone else, some sort of, what's the word? Accomplice. Perhaps they know about it. Yes, accomplice with some sort of obscuring ability. So they might have run into this person already. They might be being observed by this person. We don't know. So I feel like we should.
Scrying's a thing. You should keep an eye on them, especially that elf. I'm going to go and make certain that this leg has not had any strange things done to it.
Yes.
And upgrade it, and then I'll be right back.
All right. And I won't say anything about what I've learned in mixed company, but we can discover this later. You can give this information to the council. But
yes.
If we're all dead, then you know it was the elf who did it, unless the elf is also dead, in which case someone else did it, in which case it's a woman, probably. Although, well, if we're dead, sort of difficult. Listen, a woman in very fancy clothing whose face you cannot see because it's obscured. Some sort of magic. I'm thinking perhaps a Bruxer or maybe a hag or most likely. I mean, it's probably not Leshen. Could be kind of, but I doubt it. It's just something So watch out. If we're all dead, look for one of those. Yes.
Sure. Be right back.
Good answer.
And I'll come back in.
At this point, is probably the point at which Erwin, who's speaking because in Elvish, just because it's faster.
Yeah, we mostly speak Elder Speak, so
yeah, Elder Speech. And would hand has pulled a number of records and found less a ledger and more like a scrapbook, effectively. Of like a personal journal where she's pasted in letters of custom
like
orders.
Custom orders. Yeah. Her customs orders journal.
Yeah, her
basically.
customs orders journal, yeah. But she's done it she's done it very much and it's, you kind of look at it and you go, she had fun with this. She literally scrapbooked this, and there were embroidery
like, gnomes
and
are very
embossing.
creative.
Yeah, exactly. She had a lot of fun with it. It's probably her most, and it wasn't like overly hidden, but it was definitely
But it
not
wasn't out in the
intuitively.
open.
Yeah, it also wasn't anywhere intuitively you would have looked, but he helped you find it. There are a number of custom orders in there, and there is one for the bracelet that you have. It was ordered by a woman
Mm-hmm.
5 years ago.
That's a long time ago. Any name?
Rehowen. Lady
We've
Rehowen.
heard that one.
And that's a name I should know.
Yes, it is.
You said 5 years ago?
Yep.
That was oh god, no, wait, that's not
She was theoretically already dead, but we've seen her,
no, yeah, but wait.
Eleanor's been impersonating her?
No, yeah, that was 50 years ago, my thing.
50 years ago is when you saw her last.
Yeah. I know her. She was alive 50 years ago.
This was 5 years ago. Any notes about aliveness then? Alive now?
After the Baldwin thing, anyone who was in the vicinity of Alzor should be considered still alive.
It's fair.
There is a notation on this page that
yes.
the deposit was paid in full,
Okay.
and there were supposed to be 5 equal payments.
Be right back 2 seconds.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The first 3 payments were made. The 4th and 5th payment were not. And any letters sent to the address were returned and not with no contact.
Is there an address written down?
Mm-hmm. It is for a house in Bern. Not Bern. Wow, that's wrong. That's GM making wrong because
Yes.
I'm having a moment. City near Centra. Come here, stupid city near Centra. Bruges. Damn it.
Bruges.
I was like, not Bern. That's a different place. Near
Okay.
a city in Bruges.
And
an
are
address
there
in Bruges.
dates for the first 3 payments and when the second 2 should have gone through?
The first 3 payments, they were all made in a monthly installment after the acceptance letter of like, so like there's the first, there's the first letter that has the commission, and then there's the second letter that has like, this is the basically this is the contract kind of thing, and this is what the design is.
Yeah.
And so once the first payment was made, each of the following payments were made on a monthly basis,
Okay.
and the last 2 were not made at
So
all.
it was only a 5-month period from when the order was placed to when it was supposed to be done and picked up.
Yes.
But only 3 of the payments were made. So 3 months in, it was not getting any more payments. Okay.
But she had already completed it.
Completed it. Yeah.
I mean, completed
Interesting.
it to a point, right? If you look at the original drawing, you see that it was supposed to
Yes.
have additional gemstones and additional other work on it.
Interesting. Okay.
It was like she finally got to it, when she realized that there was not going to be any additional payments. She stopped putting the additional.
She just finished.
She finished something that she could then sell, but not what was originally ordered.
Looking at what was originally ordered, and bringing up to Carwyn, well, I will ask if if these additional gemstones and things that were supposed to be on there would have made it more receptive to enchantment or more powerful, or if it was just for decoration only, he thinks.
Looking at where they are, all of the gems are supposed to be very high quality and very clear and very few removed from impurities. So they could have taken additional enchantments, but there doesn't seem to be any notation about rune work on the gems themselves.
Yes.
So he's not 100% sure.
Okay.
Like he does,
But it's possible.
It's possible. He just doesn't know. There's nothing to indicate that in the ledger.
Okay.
And it's
Not
equally
that this one was supposed to be enchanted to begin with.
because it's
yeah.
and looking at it, there's no notation about any enchantments to begin with. So
Mhm.
it's possible that it was supposed to be made and then was going to be enchanted later by whoever was going to
Yeah.
receive it,
Yeah. That's yep.
which is probably likely, and therefore it's equally as likely that Gemma didn't even know if the gems themselves were going to be enchanted
Yeah.
or not.
Yep. But there's a difference between possibly setting it up for enchantment in the future and just like, oh, it's just to make it pretty.
No,
You know.
it leans more to the
More
possibility
toward
of,
yeah.
of
Okay,
enchantments
cool.
in the future, but maybe not in the immediate future.
They never got put in because the payment stopped coming. That makes
Mhm.
sense. Okay. So it's just the bracelet with no gems. Interesting. Just take that page out of her scrapbook. Kadan, do you recognize this address in Bruges?
Is it the address where I got shot?
No, but it's in the same neighborhood.
I know the area.
Interesting.
Nice neighborhood. Manicured lawns.
Very nice hedgerow.
Iron wrought fences.
Mm.
Very nice for newlyweds, small families, and maybe retirees. Also, high chances of getting shot in the back by a crossbow bolt at night, potentially by law enforcement.
I see. Good to know. Right. Well, I think that's all the information we're going to get on.
And I think at
that.
this point, oh, sorry, I missed that note, Trooper. My apologies.
Yes, the lawkeeper I wrote was at 25 to find out, because, you know, I'm trying to
He
see
is
what's
not a
going
danger
on.
or a threat to your colleagues. He's very kind and personable. Seems to be working very well with them.
All right.
You come back in the room in the.
No, I'm in because I've come back in since.
Oh, okay. Yes.
During the, and I'm observing to find out. You know.
Yep. So yes, he is working with them. He seems to be pointing things out. Do you speak Elder speech?
Yes, because I'm from the south.
Yes. He points out a couple things. You know.
But he's not a secret threat.
No, not that you can tell.
He's not dangerous. All right.
Oh, because you don't know Kerwin.
No. Doesn't know Kerwin at all.
And that 25 does not give me that he's somehow dangerous or not. Right? I'm going to do an awareness to see if perhaps.
That's the point. Is he's not dangerous to the people in the space.
But it doesn't seem dangerous.
No, he seems like a jewel maker.
All right. Well, in which case, I'm going to do an awareness to see if there's some sort of subtly, you know, hiding threat or something like that. You know.
Brenna's just being appreciative that Mav is surprisingly quiet right now. And it's weird, but she's not going to question it. Maybe she should.
15.
There doesn't seem to be any threat. There's nothing dangerous that you can see in, around, or nearby.
I will continue to be on guard in case, you know, whatever it is that was threatening them emerges. I'm going to keep my back to a wall, but not one that is next to, you know, the mountain in case foglets pop out. But I'm going to just make sure I keep all of them in my sight in case, and sort of ready in action in case I need to do something to save them.
Cool.
I'd say this could be a decent lead, but it's 5 years old.
What are you doing?
I am fixing up this leg.
To do what, out of curiosity?
Should our mage try to use it to kick someone, it will be as devastating as a pair of brass knucks made by a dwarven smith.
So you're gonna brass knucks his. Okay.
I'm going to turn this prosthetic leg into a proper weapon.
Steel-toed leg.
I'm going to make it so that it's pretty, it looks lovely, and it's deadly. This is what I do. I'm going to take Mesmo's wonderful work and turn it into something that kills people.
This is true. Mesmo made very beautiful prosthetic. You've making a very beautiful killing weapon. Mesmo does the very fine work for the prosthetic. You did the other weapon work.
Taking weight from some places, adding weight others, and then going to coat it in silver. Because I'm fancy. So first, the augmentation roll. Because I do not trust that the our good mage is necessarily a great brawler, so I need to give him a bit of an edge.
I mean, he's got a halfway decent sword skill.
Swording and brawling are two different things, so that'll give it
That's
a plus
true.
1 to hit. Now coat it in silver. Yeah.
I also have to ask for both Lysander and my knowledge, is it going to be a wheelie and or can it light up?
I'm going to make it so that if this mage does what he should be doing, since he has spent all this time in Mahakam and learned to carve runes, he can enchant this thing good and proper.
So it could light up is what I'm hearing.
Yes. All right. Oh, lovely. That does 5d6 silver damage. So if you should somehow bypass things and it's a monster, it's going to have a bad time. Now,
It's a swanky leg. It's very fancy. Get to wear shorts at all the balls. Show it off.
That's going to do an additional 5 damage now. Master crafting roll. And this is where we cheat. Yep. And it has stun -2. So if you kick them, they might all of a sudden be stunned. So in
Simon's
total,
face right now.
in total, this leg does the following.
I'd be stunned if someone kicked me with a beautiful silver leg too. That's fair. I'd be like, what?
So the leg has +2 to hit in total, 1d6 plus 5 damage base.
Wait. It goes in my weapons, right?
Yep.
Yes.
The fuck? Give me a second.
Hey Simon, remember
What?
how the dice roller is
Oh, I should have called it the
captured?
Nightcracker, actually. Yeah, no, I know. That's why I put
Okay.
it there.
You can change the name. You haven't
But
committed
it
yet.
should be the Nutcracker. I'm an idiot. I didn't
There you
think about
go.
it. It's the Nutcracker. Please
Well-
continue, Pope.
So +2 to hit,
Okay.
what base 1d6 plus 5. It's a
Okay.
bludgeoning weapon. Reliability is 15. Its traits.
It's as reliable as a sword. What the fuck? Yes.
Yes. It's
You want your leg to be reliable, don't you?
its
do.
additional traits are +5d6 silver, brawling, and stun -2.
What do you mean brawling? Oh, because it uses brawling as a
It
skill.
uses brawl. Yeah, it's not melee; it's a brawling weapon, but it gives you a +2 to hit. So there's time to train with it, and it'll help. You got some training wheels with this one.
Okay.
Brenna would love to help you train with your new leg.
That still doesn't roll to hit.
No, I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay. I mean, there you go.
That's not bad.
No,
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of
brawling, but it's something you can
Brawl.
work towards. But yeah, no, if you somehow do enough damage to
Oh, plus you have it set
hurt-
for a strong strike.
Yeah. I clicked on one like at random.
but if you hit someone enough to hurt them and they happen to be monstrous, you will hurt them significantly.
Just kick all the
Oh,
monsters. Curb stomp that Bruxa.
Like, I mean, there are some other stuff I'd like you to work on.
I'm
But-
making a staff. Oh, I'm making an elven walking stick. Yes.
I think
But
Darren wants you to work on his sword.
And clothes and
the-
stuff.
the other two things that the other thing with this leg is it has 2 enhancement slots.
That needs to go.
So should you learn to etch, you can put 2 runes on this.
Yeah, because it counts as a weapon. So
Yes,
it's
it
not gonna
does.
be glyphs. However, I can probably put a rune word on it. Let's see. Simon as a person needs to sort of remember when I made rune words in Witcher, if I can say that.
You can.
Did I make fuck you a 2 or a 1 word rune?
No, I thought it was 1.
And which one I wanted to be. But please continue. That was the whole setup for
Yeah, for a
Silly
joke.
joke.
Um.
And then
So-
I will come back with the leg once it is ready.
Figure you've come back just as they finish going through
All the books.
and more specifically going through this custom ordered journal.
All right, I have returned. Your leg now can kill people.
Awesome, good work.
what? What?
If you're going
Can
to
I
have
see
a
the leg?
prosthetic, it should be able to murder.
Yeah, I agree. You are.
I'm gonna set it back in. And just
It-
like
it-
give little
it's
kicks
so-
in the air to see.
It's silver plated,
little
and the
kickies.
heel feels weighted.
Math, what are you doing?
As I said, I'm watching everything because they clearly have been hiding and are in some sort of distress, and at any moment some sort of threat might emerge, and so I'm watching the scene with an action ready in case they are attacked.
Okay, good to know. You're watching the scene in case they are attacked.
Yes, and I'm keeping my eyeballs peeled and ready because clearly something mysterious is going on. They are trying to avoid something. And so I'm trying to keep my eyeballs peeled for whatever that thing is that is threatening my colleagues.
When you are done with this, and Kader now has the leg back on, what do you do?
Oh, I'm eyeing up Kid Darren's new murder leg, apparently.
With the enchantment slots that we have, I can turn it into a burning leg. Just saying.
Flaming kick to the
His leg
nards.
is on fire.
hmm
This is why craftsmen are dope in this game, yo.
Your cloak has fire resistance, right? Or it's going
Not
to?
yet.
Not
I
yet.
can.
You should.
I could.
You
I
should
could
get
turn it.
fire resistant pants specifically,
Um,
and then get burning leg.
I
and
can
then
turn it
it's-
into an eye blading leg.
I think that would probably be more useful because you're likely to hit, but not necessarily likely to
know.
damage.
I kind of really want to see burning leg.
No. The flaming sword's really cool, but
Yeah,
a
like-
leg that
Asbestos
kicks-
pants, and
uh,
just be like, it'd be so intimidating if you just walked up and then were like stomped on your leg and then whoosh, it just lights on fire. Like, do you know how intimidating that would be?
yeah, but I'm also thinking could you possibly electrify the leg?
Ooh.
No.
Taser leg.
I would
Um,
also
No.
I will also point out, you do this, I'm automatically going to make you roll dex saves every time you light it up. To make sure you don't light yourself on fire or
Yeah,
any
no,
The
fun.
asbestos pants are for.
No, but the
Blading's good.
weird part is the burning rune word is it just changes the damage to fire damage because it is it does not cause the target to light on fire. Like it
Ah.
doesn't turn it into flames, it turns it into white hot metal.
I see.
which would really
also
probably
doesn't
be
make people
very
touch it.
across your legs.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
The
not as
point was
exciting as
it needed to
fire
do
leg.
damage that bypasses resistance.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Okay, a blading's
But-
probably.
A
better
bleeding's
then.
probably really good.
Look, I just was
It's
here
funny.
for burning
So,
like
I-
Darren. Man.
You have a go ahead.
Oh, the last one would be a leg of rejuvenation, where if I kick someone in the nards, I regain stamina.
I kind of love that one.
So I killed them by kicking them in the nards.
Oh, you have to kill them. I see. I see.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very vulnerable place, you know. So
Look, I now have a particular song stuck in my head, and if you're of a certain age, you would know what this song is, and you would know exactly where it's
Are
from.
we going to AC/DC?
No. Where blank administered a kick to blank ball that would shatter walls.
Oh,
to
the
Ultimate Countdown of
it's-
Ultimate Destiny.
yes, it's on my driving playlist.
Yes, if you're a youngling on the internet, go look up right now and don't blame me. Ultimate Countdown of Ultimate Destiny, and Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, and don't show it to your parents.
yeah.
But yeah, well, there, leg's done. Probably should make sure that all your armors are upgraded if you're going after their cells or question
Hmm.
pointing at Kerwin. He with you?
He's my brother's, my half brother's dad. Yes,
I'm her father.
one of my half brother's dads.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hmm.
Is there anything in particular of yours that you use to defend yourself?
He
I'll
kind
look
of
at
looks.
Kerwin and just be like, "This man is a saint with sharp murder objects."
I can tell he's doing a very nice job on that stiletto for you.
Oh, right. I should give you this.
Oh, sorry. That was
No,
GM
he said
mistake.
the sword. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so-
Yeah,
the sword.
but
The sword.
but I also
I meant
yeah,
to say sword in this moment.
I
Yeah.
I had some free time this morning here. And I just hand a stiletto.
Brenna will let a little joy show on her face. She's like, because that's a surprise weapon. She's like, oh gosh, should we be best friends? There's just that moment of like,
I noticed you didn't have a holdout weapon, and as someone who holds a title, you should have one.
You're
Thank
anything
you.
of throwing knives. I try using this one, and he kind of flicks his wrist, and as he does so, the K-bar basically appears in his hand. It's like,
Yeah.
it
no,
wasn't really
no.
great for what I wanted, and he kind of negligently throws it at the door just past Math's head. He doesn't go anywhere. It's not like he's throwing it at Math. He's intentionally throwing it at the door, and everyone in the room can see that that's what he's doing, but he's not looking as he does so.
mm-hmm.
And
It's
it's oddly impressive, the skill he's using to overcome the inadequacies of that weapon.
yeah. No. You don't use anything like that. That's not balanced right.
No, it's not at all,
No,
but it's what I could get at the moment.
Now, my question to you, good sir, is: do you want distance or stopping power?
I personally love going through the back of through the fourth and fifth rib right next to the vertebrae. If you angle downward, it's sure as a kill every time.
So, not distance, stopping power. Axe as it is.
Smirk. Brenna's like, he is good at murder. That's exciting.
Hashtag not a lawyer. Hashtag don't actually come after me, FBI.
You already know what's on my computer, feds. As I run away.
I continually make questionable Google decisions.
So
And if
looks like I've
possible,
got
and if possible, maybe you got a silver brass knuckles.
That also gets Brenna's attention. She's like,
yes, I
Goodness.
can do that, but again, problem with silver is it needs to be able to bite in order for it to really do something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So you see, and he kind of shakes his wrist, and you can see there's a heavy bracelet that's on his wrist
Oh,
that looks almost. It's not quite a bracer, but it's thicker than a
Oh.
bracelet, and so it's like
it's a van brace. Okay.
it's not even a van brace. It's a cuff right? It's
Okay.
an actual cuff, probably
All right.
about 2, maybe 3 inches in diameter,
Oh,
in width. And he kind of shakes it, and you can see little tiny, just the tiniest little pinpricks come out of it. And he shakes it again, and it disappears. It's real good when you're in a fight and you really don't want to talk to nobody, and they guarantee that if you hit them upside the head, and he kind of gestures as he shakes his fist, those little spikes would probably do enough scratch damage to pierce skin, if not, but not necessarily do and a lot of damage. Almost like a weapon that one might possibly poison for a bar brawl to arrange, somebody dying of an unknown bleeding condition from a previous instance. Such a shame.
yeah.
Or wound infections, something terrible,
Exactly,
strange,
entirely
weird.
entirely
Wow.
unknown. Such a
I
shame.
I had a woman at arms that had something similar at one point, though she wanted me to make it so that the cuff wouldn't leach because she used mercury.
See, I don't like that. It doesn't hold the etchings right, and you can see as he pulls the rest of his sleeve up and the rest of the cuff, the detail work that is in. And you, as a professional, can just look at
Yeah.
it. If he's the one who did this craft work, he's a master craftsman in etching and jewelry design.
Very nice work.
Thank you. I haven't done it in a number of years. I mean, amount of practice. Been in a box for 50 years, literally.
I have something better for you than that. I'll work on the throwing axes, but you need something very particular. I'll make sure to get on it.
Also, hey,
so-
could you do something? You don't want to mess really with the metal. And he kind of reaches over as if he's going to pluck the hairpin from Kadarin's head, and he pauses just briefly, and he kind of like glances a question at you. Kadarin?
Put it back.
I'm not touching it. I'm gesturing with it. You got a diamond tip files. I need to resharpen these points. They're too odd. They were supposed to be.
No, if you remove it, this place is raised to the ground.
I'm not
Not by me.
removing it.
By me.
Not by me.
Not by me. Okay.
I'm not removing it from you. I'm
Magic's
pointing.
explosive thing.
No, this is what calls the wild
thornberries.
I'm just saying maybe we point. It's got a really nice point on it, and we should resharpen it. But I need some diamond tip tools to do so.
No, we're gonna just leave it as is.
Probably for the
Gemma
best.
should actually have the tools that you're talking about.
Yes, but if you remove it from me, even for a second, I cannot guarantee what will happen.
Well, don't remove it. But if you need diamond tools,
Good to
to
know.
my knowledge,
Yes,
the tools
yes.
should be here. But
Carowin takes that as permission and starts looking for these tools.
Yes.
but no, there's a few things like okay, so I think with that, aside from your family's order, you should be all set. Staff for you, and I probably should look at your cloak and make sure that you don't. Fire seems to find you, and Mesmo would be very unhappy if you came back in an urn.
Who, me?
Yes,
It'd probably
you.
more likely be like a candy dish or a cookie jar. That seems
whatever
to be our
told you?
go-to.
Whatever told you that?
I was present for some of this. I saw what happened when you tried to use the alchemical thingy.
Well, it's the last time I used something not magic related. I'm just saying.
You could never be too careful. I mean, there was that giant forest fire not too long ago.
So
Oh,
true.
yes, devastating. Oh, by the gods. I make a fake, what would be like sign of the cross.
And for you, since I can tell that you very much love your wife, I am working on seeing that her guards are properly equipped.
They are equipped. It's a
They are
caravan.
equipped. They are equipped, but they are not properly equipped. They need something that can take down a rock troll in case it decides that the horses look nummy.
Yes, my wife travels extensively.
Yes.
she has she tends to have very expensive goods. The guards are well equipped.
Are you saying that his goods aren't good enough for a wife?
No, I'm saying that she's not lacking.
How much
I
silver
look
are they carrying?
offended on behalf of Razme, my new friend.
If you wish to discuss arming and payment and all that, I would imagine you should take it up with my wife to see if she needs such a thing and is willing to contract.
Carwin will lean over and, in elder speech, look at Math and say, "You don't know many dwarves, do you? You're turning down a gift from that man? Don't go insulting him.
Nothing is a gift.
Everything is a gift and it's in trade in this kind of thing. It's a matter of honor. You're insulting the man's honor."
Listen, if my wife wishes weaponry,
Pimple!
then she will
Shut
ask
up!
for it. Excuse me? I don't like your face.
I don't like
sir.
your tone, your color of dress, your in general inherent snobbery. The level in which you disgust
I'm
and
sorry,
stare
sorry.
at people is kind of
Yes.
creepy. Also, you're aware that you got blood stains on like your shirt. If you're going to be killing people, you need to make sure you get rid of that. It's a clear indicator of murder. And
Well, you don't know anything about me, do you? I don't know anything about you. Elf
Oh,
with a strange accent.
he's our friend's dad. Yeah, I know the accent is weird.
Is it northern? Is that what it is?
I don't know. Don't look
no,
at me.
actually,
I have a
it's none of
funky
your damn
accent.
business.
Oh,
And
is
Matt
it?
would have heard that he said he's my dad.
Oh,
so-
yes, but we're in a situation right now, so that's,
Oh yes, of course.
It's not important. And
Yeah.
it's like, I was being polite. I was trying to help you out, but now you've gone and insulted
No,
a man who
actually,
could possibly
you weren't
get
being
your
polite, you were
life.
being rude. and
I was sorry
presumptuous.
very nicely. I fought very politely.
No, I don't think so.
I don't have to worry about what you think.
Oh, that's
I'm
good.
quite sure that you're not even going to be worth my time.
No,
Exactly how
because-
old are you, child?
27 years old, as a matter of fact. And wise beyond my years.
You
just
must need
gonna-
tea.
I would like to point out that I was in a box under a curse for longer than you've been alive.
Oh, that means you must have done something wrong then.
Yep, I
No,
told
Salvador.
Alistair to go suck a dick.
Oh, apparently you're not very good. Actually, I was in a room with these friends and we've just murdered one of his little puppets. Seems like you weren't good enough to do that, were you? Since you were captured in a box for 50 years. How embarrassing for you.
I'll be back. I
Just-
got a
that's
lot of stuff to
probably a
work
good thing.
on.
And
And
I'll
Carwin
walk
reaches behind his
Razme
pocket and pulls another knife and starts
I-
flipping it between his hands.
And
Would
I
you
will,
like to see exactly how good I am?
Ooh,
And
I
so now
will-
you're threatening me.
in Dwarven,
Interesting.
I will say, please don't stab him. If I can restrain myself, I believe you can as well.
I don't have to stab him to put this knife right between his left ear and that door frame.
You know what I mean.
If this continues, I am teleporting both of you to both end of the world.
Last time somebody did that, they put me in a box. It's not going to happen. You're not going to do that again, right, Kadan?
I don't think he'd put you in a box. He just
I never
separated
put you in a
on
box to
opposite
begin with,
sides of a
but I
continent.
can teleport you to the end of the world.
No bloodshed unless I'm involved while I'm gone. And I go walk Razme out.
And Carwin says, "That's an appropriate action. I'll listen to my daughter is a very intelligent individual." And then he switches to elder speech and says, "And in a moment sounds like, and you, sir, exactly which circle do you serve?"
Since you don't think I should know anything about you, you don't need to know anything about me now, do you?
Human one,
Yeah,
obviously.
missing.
Things have gone downhill. I knew a time when they wouldn't even accept humans amongst the circle.
Yes,
It was
but
believed
that's-
that it would taint the magic, you understand. And he walks out.
Clearly you know nothing about druids. Ignorant. Embarrassing.
Dissent.
A three-time
walking
orgy
Razme
champion
out.
Kadan.
Yes.
He's gone. He is-
Mhm.
And he steps very close to you. Are you all right?
Oh my god, no.
Yes, why?
Should we not talk here?
It depends what it's about.
Well, I saw that you were in distress earlier. Clearly someone was following you or you were trying to avoid someone or something. If you need help, you can just give me a...
Um,
No. I've not seen anything in
What?
this room.
when have I
I'm-
been in? Wait, could you care to elaborate for a second?
I don't know
Have
if
I
it's
been doing
safe.
something? Have I been sleepwalking?
You know, I don't know if it's safe to speak right here, is it?
I don't have that telepathy
Yeah.
charm. Oh, here. I think we can um hmm. Give me a sec. I have to check something.
All right.
Bit, 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 bit. Mm, mm. We can't. I don't know what you're referring to. So here's a piece of paper and a stick of charcoal. Just write it down very. You don't need to fold it. Okay.
I saw you hiding as a rock in the square. Is someone following you?
Oh, that. Well, as you've learned just now, that was Brenna's father.
So it's him. And he's talked about all that murder and he seemed quite bloodthirsty. And
Imagine what he
unstable.
would do if he knew that his daughter might be seeing someone else than her husband.
No, don't even say such a thing. She would never do that. She seems quite honorable.
That is true for any other person but me. But I mean, look at me.
Oh, yes.
No,
but-
I mean, look at me.
Yes, I know you're
So-
quite handsome. I mean,
There we go. So, you know, had
but
to.
But I know that you two have withheld your passion from each other quite nobly.
Yes, but you know how close I came to dying yesterday.
Oh,
This seemed, you know, there's a fire, a spark
oh,
that comes in when you're, you know, so close.
oh, yes, yes. I see.
It revived something that,
Oh,
despite me trying my best to keep it down, and
Wait.
I am very good at self-control, by the way.
wait. What
what?
you saying is that I feel like I know what you're saying. What you're saying is that you were to meet this Kerwin at this place, but you and her Grace came together and you didn't want him to see you arriving at the same time.
Exactly.
I see. I see.
But okay, listen.
Yeah.
I haven't known you for a while, Lord Math.
Yes.
But I trust you with this information.
Is this?
No one can know,
All right.
not even Brenna. She
Yeah.
would kill me if she knew that I told someone else.
Yes, of
about it.
course, of course. She's a witcher, and they can be quite violent.
I know, which is
Yes.
very sexy, but
Well, listen, your secret is safe with me, and I don't want you to be stabbed by that unstable Kerwin, and I don't want to be stabbed by the Lady Witcher, the Countess. I don't want you stabbed at all.
no, and we can't do anything to Kerwin because, you know,
It's a father-in-law and all that.
exactly.
Yes.
You see the mess
Father?
it creates.
Oh yes, it was unclear. She said stepfather, he said father. It seems a bit it was unclear.
I haven't pried too much because
Oh.
you know how these higher society folks are. There's some inbreeding in there, so
Always sort of difficulty. Listen, I have information for you that's important. I've done my investigations about all of this, and there's very important information that I want to give. But I don't want Kerwin hearing anything. I don't trust him.
what
He's
do you
hostile.
need the paper again?
No. When we're in a safe space, it's about, well, I've done my investigations about what happened, and there are things that I would want to speak with you and also Lord Ardzo about. There's an accomplice. I was able to
Talking-
see through the
Accom-
blood.
That wasn't Baldwin
Correct.
or Alzor.
Well, I doubt it. No, something else entirely. Something, well, here in Mahakam, or at least was here in Mahakam just not too long ago.
Dwarven?
No. And the Lady Witcher might have some thought on this as well, so I'd want to be able to share this information, but clearly the Lady Witcher is in some sort of distress about this Kerwin situation, or perhaps it was just the what happens after a night of passion when someone you care about desperately almost died in front of your face. And I'm so sorry that you almost died, by the way. If I'd been aware of how desperately in danger you were, would have moved more quickly. I did try, but you moved out of my circle of healing.
Yes, well, I am not fully aware of. I wasn't fully aware of all the capabilities you had.
Yes, I'm very capable of
but
many
also
capabilities.
being on fire might make you run erratically for
Yes, of
a few
course,
seconds.
I understand that. You know, it's a thing when you're in sort of an erratic space. Nonetheless, we'll just have to make sure that this Kerwin fellow doesn't hear what we're saying. And please, I understand, and you have my confidence and secrecy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, but there's an accomplice, and I can give you some.
Well, that we would need to know ASAP, as soon as possible.
Yes, as soon as we can, be in a safe space. Also, I have chaos magic things for you to peruse as well. I got as much information as I could. I think you'll find it quite useful.
That was here? I look around the store.
No. When I was doing my research, I can tell you about what happened.
Found in her. But I mean.
No.
Okay. Just to clarify one thing, what you saw in the blood.
Yes.
Did it take place here? In
this room?
Yes.
No. Down below. What happened to Gemma? Also,
so you mean the things you saw were things that happened right before she perished?
Well, was ensorcelled. I can tell you all about it. Also, sort of strange things, really. But I'd want to be in a place a bit more secure than this.
Well, probably be coming back around this time because she just walked Razmi across the street and back.
Yeah, you walked Razmi across the street and back, and Kerwin walked out with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Watched you walk into that, walked across to the cafe, had a brief conversation, and as you're walking back into the store, he waved at you and like kind of gave a gesture like he'll see you later.
Yeah, she'd gesture. But as I'm walking Razmi to his shop, Brenna has a question for him.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. What are things that you like?
I am very much about my shop and defending my people. But I do read.
Okay, like what kind of books?
Surprisingly enough, even though I am precluded from its participation, I read a lot about magic. I just didn't know things exploded, but then I haven't really read much about enchantment.
Fair. Favorite color?
Blue and silver.
Blue and silver. And favorite foods?
This body is built upon a lifetime of cheese, coffee, and baked goods.
Thank you. I'll be seeing you later. I'm walking down, pulling a little book and writing this info down.
And as you walk back in.
Yes. Carowin's gone, and she'll just announce as she's walking in. Carowin's going back to the inn, or fucking about Mahakam, whatever he's doing. Razmi's in his shop, and now we can continue doing what I'm doing.
I have information from you, but not here.
Seeing them look like thick as thieves, Brenna is concerned. Narrows her eyes a little bit.
Also, that Kerwin fellow seems like a bit of a sociopath.
I don't think so. Brenna wouldn't think so. Seems very well adjusted.
I
As
know
he
he's your
just scored
father.
1.5 on the debt left meter.
Like he's only killed like 100 people. Come on. And for work. Well, her actual response would be like, he seems fine to me.
Mm. Questionable.
Looks at Matt and
Unreasonably
thinks the same
hostile.
thing. Looks at Matt and thinks the same thing.
Nonetheless,
Mhm.
we need to meet somewhere where we won't be overheard, somewhere private, so we may discuss the current.
Anything to
word?
stop me might stop me from going through these tunnels and making sure there's no more little foglets hopping about.
Well, I imagine that will take some time. I don't imagine that our partnership will take too long. Well, the partnership is
All
going on and on, but I meant the sharing of information.
Sure, then let's share that information. There's only
not-
3 people here.
But
No.
not here. This place is
Alright.
known to them.
All right. I just look at Kadarn.
I pretend for a moment that I am not looking at Brenna, but I do it in such a way that Lord Math sees it. And then I'll just look at Brenna and say, Math had information for us,
Ah.
but not here.
Oh,
We
from
need
the
to-
blood stuff?
Yes.
Why didn't no one tell me about the blood before? Am I the last person to hear about the blood?
The
He does blood magic.
Of course, it's one of the vital elements of the body.
Hmm.
Makes
No,
sense.
that's-
You lose enough of it, it stops working.
Yes, that's also true. But the blood will out. Tell secrets after all. Oh, ooh,
There is
So exciting.
information in the blood. Thanks back to Delaf's conversation with her.
absolutely. I actually have a sample that I thought either
Hmm.
you, Kadarn, or Lord Ardzo. I'm so sorry. You, three-time orgy
Did you
champion
do-
Kadarn, or Lord Ardzo, might want to look at perhaps together. That you might be able to
I tend
figure
to
out something.
play more with the building blocks of life.
Well, yes, but it's corrupted, you see. It's corrupted blood. I assume it's
Oh.
corrupted mystically, magically, through some sort of chaotic situation.
What? Well,
Either.
can I like make a roll to see if that's ever been a thing?
Sure.
What would it be?
Either, I mean, at this point it would probably be magical training because you're assuming that because the way Math is
Yeah,
explaining
that there's
it,
some magic
magical.
things that 25.
With a 25, you can't think of any magic itself, but there are a number of components to rituals and spells that can pollute something. Also, you know that witchers are basically made of mutants that began as humans, so there are ways to... You could assume, like, perhaps a mutagen of some sort was introduced to her.
We do have the body. We could do an autopsy.
This is true. You were going to get the body retrieved.
We brought it out with us.
Oh, yes, you carried her. You carried her. You did carry her.
Mhm. We didn't want to leave it down there.
Cool.
So I would just say some sort of private place where we could not be overheard or seen.
Back to your place, Kadan?
Someplace not known to Alzor.
Which my place?
It's the one you're currently staying at.
Oh,
I
Mesmo.
just would like to note that Alzor has been spying on all of us since we've been here in Mahakam. So I would say a whole different place altogether.
Oh, then before
Someplace-
Simon says anything. Oh, then portal.
Where are you going?
I open a portal to outside Mahakam, like at the base of the mountain. About
I
like
was gonna say Bruges would be convenient. We have an address we could check out there.
yeah, but I didn't think about that.
That's fair. It's fair.
I mean, you haven't told me where you're going yet, so...
No, but well, I have to make up my mind when I cast a spell. So
Yeah.
it's like you're at the foot of the mountain
Mhm.
and travel for about an hour on horseback on like the road. There, but a bit off the road. So like that we're
Yes.
far
Yep.
enough away that, you know, if I don't know, someone's keeping an eye out on the mountain itself, then at least we're like outside that range. And an hour, because then, you know, it's not too long for us to walk back. And we can
Okay.
walk and talk.
Yep.
So I just point at what you see through this oblong portal is just probably, I don't know, like a rocky, hilly, sparsely wooded area.
Hmm.
And I'm like, please go in right away.
Yeah, but I'll just walk right through.
Yeah, as does Math. Ew.
That sound was me jumping through the portal,
Well,
not the portal closing on Math.
see, went through, went right through.
So-
All right. Are you listening? Are you ready?
Yep,
Yes.
All right.
lay it all out.
So, I followed back both the faux Baldwin and also Gemma. This is what I can tell you. Actually, right down the road, there's an inn, and the faux Baldwin was a young man who was already captured and then puppeted and glamored to make look like the faux Baldwin, who then traveled up into Mahockham, spied on all of us going to dinner at the Goulots, was out actually by that cafe, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, indeed. So that was interesting. Then went down into the, where we were. And then, did all these things that he needed to do. And then put the apple on the plinth, went in to the throne room, knocked on the shield, which I could hear, which is strange because normally you cannot hear, you can only see through the blood, which I thought was odd. Oh, also looked at Gemma in the sarcophagus and used his little magic hands to just woof, put it right there, put the heavy sarcophagus lid and just lock it all up. She was dreaming. And then he took out a mirror and he used it to spy on us ever since, since that moment when you destroyed all those traps before we walked right in. And he followed us with his scrying device through the rooms, including the room with the telecommunicator, all the way through. And then, of course, cut all his little tendons and all that. And then there was, interesting things. I was watching that battle again. I was like, let me see how this went. Thought fascinating. He only gestured with his left hand. Only, exclusively with his left hand. So perhaps if you, Countess, would cut it off, that might be helpful, or might hinder him some. But only with his left hand, it seemed. I could not tell if he felt the pain of you beheading him, Countess. I did try to figure that out, but I was not able to.
I appreciate the effort.
Well, I did try, because I thought you might want to know. Yes, so out of that, I thought was most interesting is his sort of gesturing, and there's something strange about that moment. It was sort of smirky, that sort of fellow, didn't. Yes, but a young fellow. The body he took was about a 21-year-old, probably. So these blue-purple eyes. So, probably not a peasant, though. Nonetheless, so interesting, though. Gemma. Her blood was tainted. So it was a bit difficult to go through my ritual. But she was in this, in her shop, talking to the two that we saw, working on some sort of jewelry of this. Anyway, Froglets come in, punch her in the face, knock her senseless, take her away, and then, of course, take out with the other two. She was brought down, and this I thought quite interesting. She was brought down into that room. Do you remember there was that sort of telecommunicator sort of device? I don't, it was not where it was before, but somewhere else, to the side. And she was in a chair, this Gemma, and, someone was talking to her, you see? Well, she was, not really talking to her, but talking to someone through the telecommunicator, who I assume must be this Alzor. And this person was perhaps a woman, wearing a very, very expensive gown, day gown. Not any of the fashions that I've seen traveling about, sort of unique, avant-garde, sort of made special to be from no particular place, but only connected to this. But the thing
Describes
is,
this gown to me.
oh, well, you know that line between professional and slutty?
Mm.
Sort of a plunging neckline. You could think, oh, are you being daring, or are you not being daring? I think you might be being daring, but you have plausible deniability.
Basically, what Brenna's trying to do is get the description of the gown, color, cut, style, etc., and compare it to the sketches and drawings she saw on the wall of that one fashion lady's place back in Toussaint. See if maybe it was one of her designs, possibly.
Go ahead
Liza.
and roll deduction.
I'm gonna spend a bunch
And-
of. I'm gonna put all my luck in it. Fuck it. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, you still got
We're
6
almost
from the crowd, and we're almost done.
Can I
today.
spend 2 from the crowd and just make it epic? Let's fucking go.
Go for it.
Yes.
Let's just go. Let's go with yeah. Is this dress one of hers?
It is one of hers. You did see it on there, on that wall.
Mm. Interesting. Did she have
Um,
names on them or just like
No,
the
no,
sketches?
it's just her sketch.
Okay.
It's just the sketches. There's no
Okay.
heads or description, but it is made directly
Sure.
by her. And that person's name is in your. She is
Liza?
in Liza. Yep.
Yes. Brenda will pause for a moment, think, and go, I know who made that gown.
Oh, interesting. So,
Kaden, remember Liza? She made us the new clothes.
Yes.
She's the one who
well,
made that gown.
you are going to definitely want to speak with this woman, this tailor, because here's the thing. This person that I saw, now please note, this person had Gemma in that chair. So this was what, yesterday or so? About
2 days ago.
2 days ago?
2 days, 3 days
ago?
ago at this point, right? 3 days ago.
Yes.
3 days.
2-3 days ago.
Yeah.
Listen, she had some sort of obscuring magic active on her face so that it could not be
Interesting.
seen. And I'm thinking could be a Bruxa or a hag. Could be a Leshen, but I don't think a Leshen would do that at all. Not very interesting. Suppose it could be a Catacan, but I don't know about that. I don't know if Catacans would really be plotting in this sort of a way. I don't know whether or not higher vampires have the ability to do such a thing. I don't know if you would know. Or
Brenda
perhaps a
doesn't know. She doesn't
dragon.
know that one. Dragons can take on a human
Yes, but it
persona,
wasn't-
I assume, decide how they look.
But it wasn't like a shapeshift. It was like a strange. You cannot see
I
my
don't.
face.
Dragons can also just do magic. So
Yes. Well,
possibly a dragon. I don't know if higher vampires can do that.
yes. Well,
Not a lot is exactly known about them.
yes. Well, could also have been a Brooks or a hag, but it was a woman who wanted to stand out definitely with his outfit. And she was in league with, I assume, owls on the other side of the telecommunicator. But she was there in this underground place where we were not too long before, and pulls out a piece of paper. Look, a 3-time orgy champion Kaden. Here. These were all the sigils that were, she put out 3 silver bowls with some sort of reagents. I don't know which one because I couldn't see them very well. But all these symbols were about her. I did not see the one underneath the chair that Gemma was in, but after the little telecommunicator sort of poof went out, this figure cast a spell. I can show you the gestures. There was one like this, and then she did.
Some brooks that can cast spells.
Mhm.
Hags also, I believe. So.
Yeah, but also we don't have an applied method to cast spells. I can
Here, all the symbols.
cast the same spell multiple times using different gestures or
This-
words.
This seems like a ritual of some sort. And
Oh.
here,
That's different. What is it?
here are all the symbols that were about it. There you go. Here, just pass to you.
Out of game, what are they?
They're all alchemical symbols. I will draw them up for you. You will have them for
Sure.
next week.
Awesome.
And the way it looks and the way the order in which it's done.
And then she did these gestures, and then, after she took the woman senseless, she disappeared. Poof.
Right.
I don't know if she teleported away or if she went invisible or anything like that.
How did she disappear? Was there light? Was it just gone?
She was just gone.
She was just gone.
Bruxes can go invisible.
So I don't know which one it was, but I thought I should let you know that there is.
Can hags go
Definitely.
invisible? Is that something I would know?
You would know.
Mm-hmm.
You know that
We've
hags
encountered a
have.
hag.
You know hags have an ability to confuse the eye, but true invisibility, you don't think so. Like
Okay.
a hag usually fades into their environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
true
it sounds more
invisibility.
like invisibility. So she's thinking. I'm thinking more Bruxa.
Mhm.
All right, probably a Bruxa then. If it's the.
Let you know there was one here just 2 to 3 days ago. And
Of course, there was.
yes, and speaking with
I'm going to
Alzor-
do some alchemy.
all right. Yes, but I thought I should let you know that not only is there a Bruxa here, but this Alzor was in the cafe watching as we went off to dinner to the Gulos.
Unsurprising.
Yes, but I
And-
thought you should know that means he probably knows other things. So that's why
He
I didn't
always
want to
does.
have a conversation, you know. Yes, I thought I should let you know all of that. Quite informational
you.
business. But cut off his left hand with your sword. Just cut it off, is what I would say.
And that's where we're going to end for tonight. Because we did run over by quite a bit, but I knew that Trooper wanted to make sure he got all of the math,
Mhm.
got all of the explanation in,
So that the friends knew about it.
so the friends knew about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around, let everyone say their goodbyes, where they can find you. I will do my spiel at the end and my big thank yous for everybody at the end. So why don't we start with Simon, because Simon was late to the party, but we appreciate him showing up nonetheless.
Yeah. Hi. It's me, Simon. Wondering here. Hello. I'm good. Wow. Brain. Okay. My higher brain functions are shutting down one by one. If I have to share a bit of love, it has got to be this whole thing that I'm setting up tonight with Trooper, with Lord Math. Because there will be a payoff. I know there will be a payoff, and I won't have to do jack shit for it to happen. It'll happen organically and naturally, and it's
Forbidden
going to be
love.
amazing.
Forbidden love. I mean, this is it's a lot.
Yes, but I know that this whole thing will just get yes end to no end.
Yep.
So yeah. I also really enjoyed all of y'all's faces that you did while I was doing the thing. It's always fun to see reactions. Otherwise, you can find me so tomorrow night for Arthur Porter's interlude in Vampire the Masquerade, Montreal by Night, which I will announce it now since the players are also here at the moment. We might start a little later because I'm going to need to bring my cat to the vet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It looks like he's having an issue. I don't think it's bad. I think it's just going to be a case of we need drops. But I have to do that after work, which means that I might come home. Let's make the game at 9 just to make sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And instead of 8:30, so that way, like, we'll be short. So tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, the first of our 3 interludes, and it's gonna be interesting. I owe Lindy some stuff that I will send you tomorrow
Okay.
during the day.
Because I'm there too.
Yes.
I am so terrified.
Our guest will be
We're gonna
Lindy.
have so much fun together.
Yep. I am putting you in such a situation. It's gonna be weird. Otherwise, you can find me normally on Saturdays, Saturday afternoons playing Scion. We've had a bit of a rash of sickness among the players and myself alike. So we had to sort of take a weird break, but that hopefully will come to an end soon. Follow me on Twitter. You will know. I'll post if there's a game or not. And otherwise, you can also catch not me, but my work during our current ongoing, I'm going to post it in chat, Kickstarter for Werewolf the Apocalypse Retaliation.
And I believe this Kickstarter funded, right?
Yes, it funded in 65 minutes.
There you go.
Ooh,
We are now I'm looking at the Canadian side of things, but we're at $725,000 raised. I think that's like 520 for you
543.
Americans.
543.
543. And we have also decided, I believe it's been announced in the updates, but I'm not gonna say too much right now. But oh no, there's an FAQ. There's an FAQ. Okay, you give me just a sec. I need to make sure that I can say stuff. No, I'm not allowed to say it yet. There's cool stuff coming up in the stretch goals. Is all I can say. You can see the next couple of stretch goals already. If you're unsure if you to back it or not, I would heavily suggest you do. But yeah, cool stuff that we'll probably get unlocked tomorrow anyway.
sweet.
Indeed, indeed. Check out that Kickstarter, everybody. By the way, it's really cool. The game looks really cool. Whatever.
Oh, and by the way, the game is available on Tabletop Simulator and Tabletopia if you want to try it out. I mean, it's the work in progress. It's the alpha version. But if you want like the early access, I want to see what it is. Tabletop Simulator, it's on the Steam Workshop, and Tabletopia is completely free. You don't need to buy anything. You just go there, you select the game, and you start playing.
Now, what about the Vampire Chronicles you did?
Well,
Yes,
Vampire
that
the
game-
Masquerade Chapters is only available for those who have backed it a couple of years ago, but it is on the way. It is. I've seen the what you call them?
The
Pallets.
Pallets, yeah.
So yeah, very soon. It's gonna be fun times. Otherwise, you can pre-order it at your FLGS, and otherwise, well, sorry, gonna have to wait for the second print.
Well, hopping over to Pope. Hi, Pope. How are you? You have now made. Durin is now officially made it. Is Durin officially made it to the have a quarter of a feeling, or
Yeah,
even a
yeah.
half a feeling?
Yeah. I mean, that's why she was getting that information.
Yeah,
about her
exactly.
new friend.
You're important now.
I am flattered.
You're on the do not stab unless absolutely necessary list. It's a very small list.
It's like the Bite Club list.
Yeah.
No, I am thoroughly pleased. Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Bill on Twitter, Pope World Bill on Twitch, lurking all your streams. If you want to see more of this silly face, again, tune in tomorrow to see apparently weird things Simon and Lindy are throwing at me. I am still absolutely terrified. 9 p.m. And yeah.
You
Keep
mean
an eye
fun.
on
Excited, right?
Scaroused? I don't know. This is it's the two of you conspiring, and I will have to endure. Poor Arthur will have to endure. But we shall see if that is even a possibility. And while Twitter holds, you can find me there for announcements for future things. I will say Black Friday over on channel Otherdoc. They have just recently started a special Don't Rest Your Head campaign. And this Black Friday, a certain nightmare that has appeared in the past will be making a return. So if you want to see that and see Jim at some of his best work, because no one does that particular setting quite like him, do come tune in. I believe that is going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And thank you all so much for being here. We're live on YouTube stores. Nothing but odds audience here. Much part of this as we are. And this has been an absolute jewel. I adore these characters. I adore this world. From how perhaps you have breathed life into these people and places and make them come alive, to Brenna being this appropriately terrifying force, but again, it's Lindy character, so there's always this delightful cuteness to all the bloodshed. To Simon with Kadarin and the very sure of himself mage that gets himself into terrible trouble, but for some apparent reason somehow finds his way out of it as well. To Billy Arzo, we love him. The long suffering healer, our favorite dwarven boy. I think I have an idea of something that Durin can make him where he won't murder people, but will be useful. And to the Lord Math experience with Trooper and just being a compelling, interesting, not quite fool. He's a character that seems incredibly shallow, but there is definitely a depth there, and that is not something easily done. And to see that has been an absolute delight, and to have been able to participate with all of you for all this for so long, it has been an absolute joy. So till next time, take care of yourselves and one another. See you soon.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much for being here and doing this, Pope. We appreciate each and every moment that you're here. Next up would be the wonderful, the fabulous, the always impressive Lord Math.
I thought we were going to get Brenna. Hello, I'm Trooper SAP. Hello, it was so lovely being here and, being able to be Lord Math with you all. Let me see. You can find me next, not on Monday, on Friday. For the next RPG will be Friday. No, it will not be Friday because that's Thanksgiving. Next Sunday for The Witcher is when you'll find me next RPGing about. And with, data given to our crew, they will have information that maybe they will help them with all of their business. And let me see. Love. I want to give love. I want to give love to Pope for a very professional dwarf. A very professional dwarf who is no nonsense and responsible in a way that very much reads, oh yeah, I totally buy that you are on the council, but also a little bold, but like in a dwarven way, like in a dwarven society sort of bold way, which may not look bold to outsiders, but feels bold to me. And I want to give love to Lindy for trying to hide from Math. And I want to give love to Simon for letting Math know about the secret night of passion that Brenna and Kadarin had the night before because of the whole adrenaline about not wanting to go and almost dying and then wanting to hide it from the dad because the dad is clearly violent and rude and stab somebody, perhaps Kadarin, which would be awful. And now that Kadarin has confided in Math understand, he's got these two what do you call that word? Teammates. That's the word that people sometimes use. And he wants to make sure that he can keep them safe from, danger. And and I just want to thank Prax for the charity campaign that she's been doing for this last week, and also for her faces, because she makes faces and they're the best faces. They're the faces that ooh, ooh, and then we're like, oh no, yeah, and it's the best because I love that. What's the word? Scaroused. Yeah.
It is indeed in word. I'm glad. But follow Trooper and keep an eye out for that Traveler campaign because it is indeed a hoot and epically fun. Also, just they're having some interesting things. And last but never least, my dear friend Lindy, how are you? How's life going for you? And share some love.
Hi, yes, love, love, love. So first love has to go to the moment that I'm glad I wasn't drinking a beverage at the time, otherwise I would have done a spit take, which was Kadarn's explanation for why we were disguised as rocks. Um, that I legitimately cracked up. Yeah, Kadarn was on a roll tonight between that and then the Nutcracker. I was thoroughly entertained the entire time. Brenna would have been incredibly offended, but I'm incredibly entertained. And of course, now that I know out of character, I can do my best to put us in the most awkward of situations, which will make Lord Math think even more things. You know, I love it. We're all instigators here, and I'm here for
I'm
it.
so excited for this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And more love goes to Lord Math for being so invested in this apparently torrid forbidden love affair. I'm here for it. 'Cause he's so uninterested in most things, but this he's actually like spill the tea, and I'm
Yes,
here for it.
But that seems very exciting. I
I
mean, most
know.
things don't seem exciting, but this seems very exciting.
It amuses me.
I mean,
And
listen, he's that fellow with the abs. He's a 3-time orgy champion, and I don't think that's just like a courtesy title. Oh, sweet.
it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
And Razmi for making it onto the friends list through him just continually giving Brenna sharp shiny objects. Now you know the way to Brenna's heart. um it's her love language, gifts, maybe, I don't know. You know, she's now has an interest in him. She's now like, I should give him something nice because he's given me so many beautiful nice things. And so she's gonna go shopping for a friendship gift, you know, really seal the friendship deal, you know. Kadar might not like it, but I'm sure it'll be fine. So it's gonna be a great time. um yeah, I just had a blast tonight, and I'm very, very excited. Tonight's the last night. You'll most likely see me. Well, not the last night. The last night on this channel where you get to see me be 6 Stitches Lindy. Um, Tomorrow will probably be the last night you see me on Simon's channel, where you can find me for our little guesting in a vampire game. And I have to pick out my outfit, but I think I know which one I'm going to wear. I still am torn on the wig though, so I'll have to. I'd say try some things on, but I might have to get my husband to help me try some things on because I'm not great at putting on wigs right now, one-handedly. Because of course I'm gonna wear a wig. And Hope, you know me. Um,
There's outfits and wigs involved.
why would there not be? Look, if you ask me to guest, I'm guesting. And I get to be a vampire, so yes, of course I'm gonna have an outfit and a wig. Please. Who do you think I am? Last resort, Lindy? I think not.
Never a
but
last
yes.
resort.
And then hopefully on Tuesday, I'm not sure about Tuesday being Stargate because it's Thanksgiving week, and some people last week have had a plethora of issues, including septic tank issues. And I would only wish septic tank and septic field issues upon my worst enemy. So it's a little up in the air right now. I've also remembered something about tomorrow that I will have to tell Simon and Pope after we finish this up. But you can find me, Laugh Love Lindy, on the internets Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays, most weeks, in places. Thank you.
Indeed, 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 indeed. But thank you for being here. Thank you, players, for staying. Thank you, chat, for being here. We're sorry that we went over so long. Thank you, everybody. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you to everyone who donated and helped us reach a grand total of grand total of $540.34. So we made our number one goal. I will be running a Castlevania one-shot during the holiday break here on the channel at some point. I'll have to talk to a bunch of people and we'll get that done. But that will be a thing that happens. Thank you again, everybody who donated to support Fisher House Charities. It's a really great, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. And then as for me, you can find me not on Monday this week, but Monday in 3 weeks, December 5th, 2 weeks, no, 3 weeks, December 5th, on Simon's channel for Flory's one shot. I do not know who the guest is on Flory's one shot. It will be apparently a thing and a lot of fun. I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm just going to be Flory about it, which means
Well, I really hope you enjoy it.
there's a very short list of people that would make me want to stab you, Simon, and you wouldn't call them.
Oh, then good. Yeah, no, I figure I know certain. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very, very short list of people that I would not want to play with, and you know who they are. But I know that that's not going to happen. You can also find me here. You can find us, and I would like to also thank everybody who helped and donate on Ko-Fi. You are all wonderful. You helped us get art for Song of Agapia's Fortune. We'll have that art for season 2. Hopefully at the beginning of the season, but depending on the way the artist works, it might take a little extra time, but that's in the works and will be happening. We will be also, if you missed out any of this and you want to check out all the fun and everything, there's the YouTube. You can check it out there. I will be making a highlight of this specifically to continue the Lord Math experience. I will probably be posting a Lord Math thing on the things. Lord Math experiences thing.
My mom has a phrase.
Mm-hmm.
My mom has a phrase, and that phrase is, someone could be cruising for a bruising, and I just feel like Math is cruising for a bruising.
He
That's
so
all
is.
I mean,
that's all I'm
Brenna's
saying.
just gonna snap and punch him or stab him
You
at some
were
point.
Math was real lucky that Brenna asked Carowin not to
Brenna.
stab you.
Multiple
'Cause
people want to stab him, which is so weird.
Look, the fact that Brenna was like, please don't stab him, it wasn't out of concern for you. It was concern of all the issues and troubles that it might bring up unless we hid your body really well and or blamed it on Foglets. It'd just be a lot of cover work that she doesn't have time for right now.
This is true. And you know
Also,
what?
if someone was going to stab you, she wanted in on it.
No, that's fair. That was legitimately the reason he stopped. He wanted to be a good, stepdad and have bonding experiences and not take away what you ask for. It's a thing. But I didn't say he was well adjusted.
I mean, he's
He
been in a
seems
box for 50
extremely
years.
well adjusted.
I'd be cranky too if I was in a box for 150 years.
And I would like to preface this with not just in a box for 50 years, but in a box being mentally tortured by Alzor for 50 years.
Yeah.
It wasn't restful.
No.
In any way, shape, or form. So we will be, you can check us out on YouTube to follow the VODs, and also you can follow me on Twitter at Deirdre Donlin, as long as that platform doesn't get eaten up by lawsuits from the DMCA or shareholder derivative actions. But you can also now find me on Hive at Prax the Bard. You can find me over there, posting some interesting things and seeing how that goes. But until then, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. I might do another pop-up video game stream either Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on how my schedule is going with, the holiday and everything. But pay attention for Saturday. Because Mama had so much fun last month when we did the cooking stream. Mom said we should do another one. So we're going to do a cooking stream with Prax and Mama on Saturday during the day. So keep an eye out for Saturday after Thanksgiving. As you're having turkey deluxe sandwiches or enjoying leftovers or just chilling out on the couch and recovering from family, friends, and everything, we'll be here. I'll post more about that when I figure out what exactly the schedule will be. Probably the same time, like 12 o'clock to whenever we get done. It could be a time. If you watched us last time, it was a time. It was a lot of fun, but it was the two of us chatting. It was a lot of fun. So, yes, Ice Bunny, more cooking with Mama. So check that out. Also, like I said, check my Twitter because I was posting where I'm going to be, and the fun, wonderful, fabulous folks like these fine people I get to hang out with, chat with, and play games with. So until next time, we should share some love and share some joy with Little Cup of Joe. They're playing Variable Barricade, more hot, bishy. That's everything you need to know about this game. It's pretty.
Yeah.
We will see you next time, everybody. Bye.